down. Skies can raised to the clouds. You're gonna pay for the hand that you love. That crop won't ever come.
So what's happening? This is part 2 of our legal law warfare, whatever we're calling it. And what I wanted to do is start off. Defango went live with the same story that we were working on in part 1. So I wanted to go ahead and play a portion of that back at the beginning and to bring and go off of that for a little while, then swap over to what we were going over earlier today and play the last hour of that. Then there's a whole bunch of videos that are not a whole bunch, but quite a few that are lined up for well, to kind of continue on that journey on through legal law warfare. And we've got a lot of good music lined up to go with this too. Hopefully we don't get too many dropouts. As I'm probably saying that, I'm probably dropping out. Anyways, like I said, we got Defango's live, and he's on the same subject, so I wanted to go through that for a little while and see what he had to say about it. And we'll be opening up the camera for a good portion of this, and then the next, well, I gotta see how we're doing at the dropouts. I might have to go back to no camera, but let's see how far we get with this Defango.
Well.
Yeah, very interesting subject here.
Anyways, welcome back to the best worst show on the internet. That's right. I'll be your host this evening. My name is Manuel Chavez III, or the Turd, depending on how you know me. You can just call me Manny. It's easier for you, probably, which I'm fine with. But actually, while I'm here doing this, I need to fix something real quick. Background. Just a second, you know. Don't worry. There we go. I'm gonna switch that. There we go. Now I got what I want. Okay, there you go. Now it's like, yeah, welcome to the Best Worst Show, folks. Nice to see you guys today. Hopefully you're doing well this evening. I'm doing okay. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the podcast this morning there with Mr. Gene, whoever interviewing. I think it was his buddy. Yeah, it was his buddy or something like that. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Hopefully you guys are doing well today. I'm doing pretty good. I'm happy to be here. Or at least allegedly I'm happy to be here in some kind of way or whatever. Let's go into the picture-in-picture mode. Yeah, there we go. So I'm happy to be here. There's a lot of news that we're going to be talking about today and shit. We got all this stuff. And the first question of the day is, do you guys like this chat screen? That's the big question. It's like, do we keep it or do we leave it? That's the thing. Do you guys like having this up there on the screen? You like, it's like seen that was ever. The only reason I had it in the first place is so we could get, like these pop-ups right here when people subscribe or whatever. But we can also have it done when we just, have our desktop screen up as well. But, it's all into like what people want. So I figured I would ask the question, and the folks that are in the chat right now or whatever could, give me their response, and we can figure out if you guys like it or, it ain't necessary or whatever. That's the main thing. Some people like it, some people don't. Some people don't know. I don't know. All I do know is that we got some music here. Yeah, I need to get my lo-fi on. Yeah. So, once we figure that one out, we'll be able to kind of like move forward. Maybe people say it'd be smaller. Okay, cool. Information. Maybe that's going the camera, so like it treats it just like a regular camera. So when I do this, it's basically just right. We use it, getting alerts and some of the other shit, and like that's the kind that I like going on. We want to make we're all the real stuff for you. If it ain't necessary, you guys could let us know, because like obviously we could just do it like this, or we could have it like in a cinema mode where it's like going in the background or whatever. But for the most part, a lot of people just have a lot of different things. Some people like stationary backgrounds, some people like non-stationary backgrounds, some people like big screen, all the information that basically is telling you what's going on and who's subscribed and all that stuff. And obviously, we just want to have it so that it's set up so that you guys like it, right? Like, it gives you the stuff that you want. Yeah, so, like, that's one of the main things that we like to see, Some people say that they get motion sickness with the backgrounds. There's too much going on, I'm getting sick! Some people don't, like the slower version of the background, which isn't even showing up anymore because oh, yeah, that's right. But that's just a screen. Right, like we could do a black background. We got that original background that we had that doesn't move, that's just kind of set up with the little dots and stuff, and then we have the moving version of it or whatever. I'll have the one on this, which be in the regular version of it or whatever. I can find it. Hack P8. There you go. I changed that. It's pretty easy. Figured you like the cast background. Yeah, that one right there. That's the classic. This is the classic. I like the classic too, right? It's black. It doesn't blow your eyes out. It's not moving super fast, but it's still kind of moving a little bit. But, some people want it moving too fast. Some people say it's moving too slow. Some people are just like, it's going too far. Or just give me a black background for the love of Jesus. Or, give me something else. Okay, why is this not working? I think it's working now. Okay, cool. So we'll just put the stationary one. Yeah, well, we'll just put the stationary one. We want to be a titty. I'm gonna be able to, sir. I think I'm gonna be able to get that for you, sir. I don't think I'll be able to get that for you, sir. I'd like to be able to get that for you, sir, but I don't think that's going to be happening, though. So, yeah, I like the original, Keeping it clean, simple, and stuff. So, obviously, thank you for helping me go through on that one. I want to make sure that it's good for you. And if you don't like it moving and you want to, like, keep it slowed down or whatever, cool, I'll do that. That's fine. Whatever. You guys are the ones that are paying the money, okay? Y'all the ones that are paying the money. So if you want a BX Bullet titty background, you better be throwing some cash in, because this is the Griffcast. We're here to make that money. But remember, this show's 100% Griff, 20% news, and 80% me being a jackass. So thank you for joining us today. And now, time for those chat shout-outs, like this person right here. Sumagoo! Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello to Mac Hard, the most powerful Les ever. Nice to see you. How's it going to Tropical Delusion? And Senor Aaron, nice to see you. What's up, Chris Brumba? Nice to see you. New Mexico promoter. Hello, how are you doing, Mistress Meg? Nice to see you. Doing my time. Good to have you here with us. Mr. Bud Satani. Hopefully you're doing well. How's it going to JR Riggs? Very nice to see you. The Marmaladian. That's a weird name. Never seen you before. Hello. How's it going to Monkey Savant? How are you doing today? What's up to Yosef Productions? Good to have you on with us. What's up, W. Daisy Williams? Good to see you with us. Whoever this person, Winnipeg Nightly Arts, maybe smaller. Oh, yeah. Nice to see you. Hopefully you are doing well. Tedekoy and C, good to have you with us. Nice to see you. Nice to have you with us. Good to see you, Russell Dufresne. Nice to have you here, my friend. How's it going to Nikki M? Always a pleasure to have you here with us. And to Sam Adams 73, good to have you with us. What's up, Mr. Magic Poop? Hopefully you haven't had to have any magic poops lately. How's it going? Have to kill me first. What up? And to Kelly A. Nice to see you. How's it going? Nice to see you. How's it going? So that's pretty good shout outs right there, I think. I think we pulled into the shout outs. So the beginning shout outs, like that's the main thing is like, we got to say what up to everybody in here and shout out to everybody. Yeah, that's your freebie right there. Now, send me money. Send me money now. Now! Sorry. Just kidding. Maybe I'm not kidding. Maybe I am kidding. But time to get into the actual news, right? Is that what we're supposed to be doing here today? Because there's a lot of fucking shit that I have. I have a lot of tabs open today. I have a lot of tabs open today. Okay? Lots of tabs open today. So let's just get into here. I mean, I don't even know where I want to start today. I guess from this side, maybe I'll start side or I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to start because it just seems good. So the world is having some issues in the cryptocurrency space. Like cryptocurrency is going up, so I guess it's not really an issue, but damn, son, there's been a lot of information coming out about all this stuff. And goddamn, we just got our first super chat of the day right there. That's what I like to see. Nikki M, $2. Let's go. Thank you. Let's get with that. That $2. Thank you for asking this story about it. It's a big pleasure. It's a big pleasure. So, Celsius reportedly failed to record 7,000 intercompany transactions. Oh boy. Oh boy. Celsius is obviously one of those cryptocurrency networks that kind of went belly up not that long ago because, they were doing some funny business with the customer funds. And as more stuff comes out about these crypto lending companies and how they're offering basically bullshit, I'm always going to be the first guy to come up and tell you that if you didn't mind the cryptocurrency, it's a very, very large risk. If you're like me and you mind your cryptocurrency, then your risk is very minimal. But if you purchase it and you keep it on these platforms like Celsius, like FTX, you're really, 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 really putting yourself at a very big disservice. It never ceases to amaze me the level of incompetence and ineptitude made up at Celsius. How do you manage billions in intercompany lending without tracking the transfers, incorrect value, assets moving, etc.? This goes far beyond simple mistakes. Based on the review, the debtors did not record pre and inter-transaction books and contemporaneously, such with transfers, and in many cases did not recover intertransactions at all. This has resulted in a backlog of unaccounted for transactions that have to date not fully been reconciled. Moreover, with respect to intercompany entries that represent the transfers of cryptocurrencies, the debtors did not record the full value of the assets that were transferred between the Celsius Network Limited and only accounted for the cost basis of such assets through intercompany accounting. Wow. So this is that thing that I keep telling you is that, if you've ever seen a video of Vitalik Buterin and him rolling around acting like he's like the cryptocurrency god that everybody doesn't really actually think he is. I mean, I don't think that he's a god of cryptocurrency at all, but there are some people out there that really do think that it's a good idea to keep all money put up. Somebody video of this dude. Not that. So maybe if I retweeted it. Oh, it was a retweet though. But Metallic. I mean, God, this video's probably got to be out here. Yeah. Oh, perfect. You buy it in Ethereum. I want you to take a good look at that guy right there. You're putting all of your money into that guy right there. That guy. That weird little fucker. And I mean, if you're fine with putting all of your money into that or whatever, that's totally cool. But I mean, it's not me.
Man, I make money fast, trap no funds. Fucking been park up a gate front. Sell me a bills bag with a magnum. Me link up my dog, them panny bag drunk. Me sell up a strap, I'm a fire some. Boy, happy. What?
Boy, happy. Yeah, okay. Bitlack's got some skills. So, whatever. I'm over here talking shit. It just makes me laugh, so I just have to remind you guys, don't put your money onto these cryptocurrency exchanges. Why are you trying to get rich quick? Save your money. Send it to me instead. I'll make something out of it, okay? Just do that, you know? If not, you know, like, look at me, and then look at this guy, and then just think, like, who do you really want watching over your money? Do you want that guy watching over your money? Or do you want this guy watching over your money? That's the question that you have to ask yourself. And yes, J.R. Riggs, it is a high risk, high reward situation. Indeed, indubitably, there's a lot of risk. It's a big risk. It's huge risk. The risk is there. The risk is high. Very high. Such high. Wow. Okay, cool. So that's even, you know, just kind of like the funny thing that I decided to pick up out of this. And, you know, before we get into any other shit, I got to get into this one. Yeah. I might as well get into it now. I just want to rip the Band-Aid off. I'm going to talk about it, and then I'm not going to help either side. I'm not taking sides or anything, but people have been up my fucking ass. Pardon my language, but it's really what it feels like. People have been up my proverbial booty about the Montegraph versus Rakita Law lawsuits, aka the Montegraph versus Rakita Law, a Rakita lawsuit. We have Steve Quest allegedly against Nicholas Robert Rakita, and it's a knockdown, drag out fight. And I mean, I'll just play the video for you guys so you can like see what's going on.
Can I announce something? No one knows this except for Lady Rackets.
Man. It's your birthday.
Yeah, announce this on your birthday.
You guys are hearing it here first, the Rakita Law exclusive. More details to follow. I am being sued. Finally. It's taken 5 years. 5 years for some retard.
Damn, Earth Pond. Thanks for the subscription. Welcome to the channel. Now, please send money.
But it is happening. So
Is it Ron?
Nope.
Is it Ron and Monica?
Nope, it's even dumber than that.
It's a Monty?
It's fucking Montegraph.
No, my God.
No.
Wait.
No way.
I
There
had
no
no
way.
clue who this guy was. I had no clue, and my emails are blowing up with the stupid emails nonstop. I'm going, who are you? And then he did that one stupid stream where he was like, there's a bunch of lawyers that call themselves blah, blah, blah. And one of them does lumber law. One of them does a forestry law. One of them does divorce law. It's like, dude, you just described me. That's it. Like,
You just got me 3 times.
What
People
is
like you and your
what is he
twins.
suing you?
Oh,
for?
defamation.
Oh.
Was it a honey? If you do wrong, Monica, I'm sorry. But so let's finish watching this before. Please don't come after me, Monograph, because I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm on your side, I guess,
like
a little
that.
bit.
The best part is, so he
Little bit.
hired a firm from my town to sue, like from my actual town. I'm tempted to go in there and be like, "You guys are retarded. I read your complaint. It's really fucking weak." In the complaint,
Use the Kiwi Farms thread.
in the
It was-
complaint, it said no hyperbole. I'm like,
The defamation.
why would you write that in the complaint? Minnesota has this weird filing, like you don't file the suit, you serve the suit. The suit is commenced. The 20-day response to service ticks at the time of service, but then you don't actually file the lawsuit maybe ever. Even after you get an answer, like I have to serve them an answer, but they don't have to file suit for who up here really there, and you can just sit out. But
Weird.
it's a really strange. It's called pocket
That's
service,
weird.
and it's
Yeah.
really fucking dumb. Our state,
Well,
it dates all the way back
pocket
to like 1860 or something like that.
so does
I
that
don't
cover like interrogatories and requests for admissions also, or is it
You
just
just discovery?
initial?
You like, well, you can. It's weird because like you respond, and again the suit is initiated at that point, and then you can start making discovery requests, and if they don't comply, then you can file and start filing motions to compel, but you don't have to file. And that's what we've seen with like these without a crystal ball lawsuits for against Katie Joy or whatever.
Katie
is
Joy?
that There's lawsuits
Really? He brought
going
her up?
around. People are either suing her or she's suing other people or whatever. But like no one can get access to the documents because
Look at these. Look at
they're
all of
just,
these. Can we just take a second and take in all of the people that are up their own asses that we're watching right now? I just can't fucking believe it. Like, who are all these people? I don't know. The only one that I know of is that guy and her actually. And I guess I know Barnes too, but the rest of them I don't know. Well, I know on civil law now too, I guess. I just knew about him. But when I first watched this video, I didn't really like know anybody but Rakita and this guy right here. But now I know more of these people, and I'm just kind of like, what is it? Like, what is this show about? Like, what do they even do there? They're just like talking about legal stuff and law shit. And then like, what is even happening? Why is Monograph even suing this fucking guy in the first place? Did he make the same mistake that every other YouTuber has made and then start trying to like dig into this guy and find all of this funny shit on the internet that other out, put it back and just on your ass? That's what it feels happening, right? Honestly, that's what it feels like is happening right here. So let's see. Wiley Sal, $5 of the Swedish monies. He says, great stream last night. And yes, Monograph is a strange dude for a very long time. Years ago, he did some super crazy stuff. And you know what? I don't disregard that. I actually remember, guys, I've had history with Monograph. That's why I haven't talked about this situation whatsoever. But I'm not going to specifically say that I hate all parties or whatever, and I'm taking a side, because I'm not. I'm not. But I do, you know, I guess I kind of like Monograph. Although, you know, I only like him because he's leaving me the fuck alone. That's the only reason I like him, I think.
there, like the suit's just there waiting. So I don't know. I kind of wonder if he, based on the complaint, I'm like, maybe he just hired them to serve this document and see if I'll default or something. Because I think the way, I mean,
Like, he knows you're a lawyer, right?
He knows you're a lawyer, right? Yeah. He does know you're a lawyer. So, yeah, that was like the big thing. I guess January 12th, there was a thread on the good old Kiwi Farms that went up about this site that really never was a fucking thread. One day, not. So my name gets popped up over here a lot. And it's funny to me because I'm actually reading through, you know, like what Kiwi Farms has had, because they've had a thread on Monograph for a really long time, like a really long time, but they've never actually officially been able to figure out what Monograph's real name is, where he lives, basically any information. So to be clear, you know, it's not like this guy's been around. Actually, he's pretty well known. Actually, he does like nightly live streams and stuff. So it's not like he's somebody that you wouldn't be able to find. You can find him on YouTube. He's got 70,000 subscribers. So it's not like he's a small channel. And he's been around a long time. I've been subscribed to him for a long time. I mean, according to this, he joined YouTube June 4th of 2006, which is a real time ago. And just goes like regular up. You can see that, you know, he's been posting videos for a long time. And over the years, he's had some pretty successful videos, right? He's also gathered a lot of enemies over the years, right? Like I'm not gonna say I'm one of those enemies, but what I remember happening back in the day is that Monograph was trolling my channel. I went online, started like trying to research information with him, and then he started threatening to sue me. And basically, he just wanted me to take down the videos talking about him. So, you know what? I did so that he stopped calling me on private numbers and shit to talk to me because, you know, like, honestly, you know, if I was wrong about his, like, you know, information and the research, you know, I just wanted to get to what the actual truth was. And I actually did the work to do that. So already, in my opinion, with this whole Rekieta Law thing, is the fact that, you know, because Rekieta Law is a lawyer, he's going to try to fight this guy on this one. And that's fine. You can do that. It's just that, you know, he's going to do the completely wrong thing in this particular lawsuit. It would have been a lot easier, I guess, if there wasn't a whole lot of fucking trolling going around. But I mean, really understanding how far back the beef goes, I think is going to give us some more clarity on where this thing's actually going to be going. Because it seems like it's been a long time that these two have been beefing, maybe even longer than I had beef. All I remember is that my beef with Monograph ended in 2018, right? And it seems like his, meaning Rekieta's, started sometime in 2019. So once again, it's one of these bigger channels or whatever that's getting my sloppy seconds, and as it were, which is whatever, you know, like that shit happens all the time. But, you know, I got to say that I'm a subscriber to Monograph. I actually do like watching his content. I don't like to chat or whatever, but, you know, like I'll pop in to time and listen to what he's talking about. And I think that, you know, he's got a pretty solid group of individuals out there. He's got a really, really happy fan base that like the kind of crazy kooky characters that he plays and stuff. But like this dude's mostly harmless, all right? Like I made a mistake by going through and redistributing all this crazy shit that people had gone out from. And you know what? We did do research to figure out exactly, you know, who we thought he was based on all of that stuff. And we did prove that a lot of the crap that was out there is basically disinformation, and, you know, like the ultimate actual down to the point stuff isn't really, you know, like that big, right? Like there are some crazy things that he might have done back in the day or whatever, but nothing illegal has ever happened. And I mean, if somebody this big is going after you and using all that stuff against you, that sucks, right? You know, it's hard to get some of this old shit taken off the internet. If you don't believe me, go fucking ask Eliza Blue. She's had kind of the same entire thing. Yeah. He banned you from his chat. That sucks. So yeah, you know, like, I don't want to get banned from Monograph's chat. I don't talk in Monograph's chat. I don't troll Monograph. I don't give people any information about Monograph. So, like, that's basically where I sit on the, like, the slope of this thing. So it's like, I'm not going to go picking sides over in this situation because I don't want him trolling me. That's basically it. I don't want him coming after me because, you know, like I decided to glom on with somebody else. And to be perfectly frank, I mean, I don't know how this guy got my phone number and was calling me on private numbers and shit, but it was definitely pretty freaky. And you know what? If he called me right now on like some kind of private number or something like that, that would definitely freak me out as well. But you know what? I would definitely probably just tell him to call back on, you know, the restream so he could just, you know, come on camera or whatever. But yeah, Monograph, probably not one of my favorite people. Definitely made a lot of defangatang memes and shit about me and was trolling the fuck out of me. And I don't even really know, man, at this point. So, I mean, it's just kind of crazy, dog. Actually, it is crazy. It's just nothing but crazy. And you know what? I have a Twitter is my question. I have a Twitter. Yeah, he does. Yeah, but yeah, as you can see, I am still blocked by Monograph from like way a fucking long time ago, dude. That was he's had me blocked since like 2018, dog. But let's see if we can actually find any old shit that seems to mention both of us. Oh yeah. You didn't do a video, look for it. Just check it if you're doing. Those guys are now harassing DeFango because he put a lot of truth out, Monograph. No surprise here. So you can see that there's actually, like, history. Honestly, I don't care enough. DeFango and Monograph or whoever else can argue about the chicken or the egg, but the reality is that the Quniverse should never have gone in. So I know dude's got a couple of Twitter accounts and shit, but like he's got a lot, like he's had a lot of fucking beef with people on the internet, so me included. And I think I actually see Hoaxworks in there. Monograph threatened to dox and locate me because I made a silly meme about him. Yep, that's definitely something that I've heard of him doing or whatever. That's why I do not troll him. That's why I didn't even want to do a fucking stream about him. But I figured I might as well get on and, like talk about this so that I pretty clear that, like I'm not a part of this Monograph. I said that I think anybody could actually like Uni Rock exposed for our what? October 23rd? Have I ever even seen a shit?
Hello, dear people of the internet. We are unknown. Today we present to you the docs of
Oh yeah, these are the videos that Monographs fucking hates, I think. Part of it. Although I guess this was back in the day when Unirock was having beef with all of these other fools.
We are not convinced.
And this is where all the Steve Quest information comes from, and it looks just like a recompilation.
Be a lot of fun. When and where, baby? When and where?
When and where, baby?
Guy.
That's Chang 13.
Fucking love this guy.
Committed suicide.
I fucking love Monograph, but he absolutely positively freaks me out. And there's like people that have said that he's done snuff films. There's people that have said like fucking all kinds of shit about him, but like as far as I can tell, for when I talked to him and he's called me on the phone and been all spooky, creepy or whatever, he seems pretty for real, actually. Actually, at one point, I was actually trying to meet up with him and like go have Denny's Garden or something like that, but I never actually drove through Colorado, so we never got to meet up. But for ultimately, like he's been a guy that I've always thought was like a pretty interesting character on the internet, and I've always wanted to like interview and just have like a nice sit down conversation with him, even if it wasn't on the freaking internet or live stream. And I think that that's freaking happen, right? It just kind of a little bit weird. And what's going on with him right now? It's like. People have talked about how Unirock got doxxed. They've been talking about how those two cats were going to war. And remember, this is 2018, right? Like, this is 2018, okay? It's 2018 when all of this shit's going down. And these videos and shit are still up. So, like, you could take that however you want to take it. But ultimately, this is good to understand because according to the guys out here, it seems that we know that Monograph has actually sued people in the past, right? There was another YouTuber that actually got sued by Monograph. His name was Jake Morphonius. I don't know if he still has his YouTube channel or not. I think he was part of the group that actually got deleted, but he had a YouTube channel that was basically Blackstone Intelligence Group. So like this is the guy's like YouTube intelligence report shit or whatever. Blackstone Intelligence, Morphonius. Monograph and Jake Morphonius back in like 2019 had like a lawsuit beef that was going on. And I obviously stayed the fuck out of that one too. I wasn't helping Morphonius. And, all I told fucking Monograph was like, yep, dude, I ain't taking sides on this one. But if anybody asks, I guess I'm on your side. But on this one, I can't really say I'm on his side. But, I still like him. I wish him the best of luck. But I don't know, Monograph. I think you might, this dude's an actual lawyer, Monograph. So I don't know how that's going to work. But then again, from what I do know about the dude, seems like maybe he could do it. Is that? Oh, look, yeah, Jake still has his fucking channel. Oh, wow, Jake Morphonius still has his YouTube channel. No way. I'm gonna subscribe to that shit. See if he's got any Monograph videos. Yeah, no, Maxine Morphonius. That's basically it. 5 years ago, but no Monograph. Let's see if we just go Monty. Wow, he doesn't even have any fucking he doesn't even have any videos on his channel either. Holy shit, dude. Do you guys remember Jake Morphonius? Yeah, you do. Probably do. Yeah, dude. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So I feel like now that you guys caught kind of a little bit of the thing, we can, really talk about it. Because according to what's wrong on Kiwi Farms, it says Steve Quest, which obviously isn't his real name. That's a doing business as name, the DBA. So like that's not actually his real name, right? As far as like what most people did, I'm not going to dox his real name or anything like that. If Nick Rekieta DMs me on Twitter or something like that, or sends his little people to try to fucking get information from me, you can suck my pee-pee or whatever, or pay me lots of money, because that's basically the only way you're going to get any information out of me about this guy. But even then, we just tell you that still not give it to you. Fuck you. Yeah. So what does it say? Monograph has a history of litigious action against his detractors, with one being the latest paranoia that does not describe his behavior, and from the layman's perspective, he exhibits the symptoms of schizophrenia. Now, I think he more exhibits like an improvisational character creator, which reminds me a lot of my friend Seth Word in a lot of ways. But, I can see how that people would say that or whatever. As a content creator, Monograph produced material that can be described as degenerate at best and criminal at worst. Again, that's very, very, very not true in a lot of ways. I mean, the majority of Monograph's content seems to be live streams nowadays, and in those live streams, he doesn't even do anything fucking crazy at all whatsoever. I mean, most of the time he's just talking to people. He has been known to make like crazy videos where it's him doing like some kind of character and stuff, and like expressing his creative side. But then again, that is just a video. It is just creativity, and that is a very, very small portion of his content nowadays. Maybe back in the day it was a lot bigger of a portion of his content, but it was a different time on YouTube. People were into funnier shit, and you could get away with a lot more back then. And Monograph was probably one of the more well-known individuals for like just kind of like the crazy weirdest content that's weird. It's just the thing that we actually have to see. So if we think about it here, we can see that Kiwi Farms hasn't really ever liked Monograph for a while, so they're like review of him is going to be a little bit different than what mine is, because like I'm not going to say I've actually met the guy, but I've talked to him enough to realize that this stuff right here is actually stuff that he wants to get litigious over, because it's defamation, and it's been a long time, and he still hasn't been able to get that stuff off of the internet. And I even offered to help him out or whatever, but we never met up. So it says, among these including carving a face into a watermelon, placing two fake eyes into one of the eye sockets and placing a wig on top of it, and then seemingly making out with it, which is a video that can be seen on his local thread linked above. It's been alleged by his detractors that he may or may not have had intercourse with said melon, but there has actually, according to them, they've never seen any video of it, which is funny to me because I actually have seen a video of it or whatever, and I actually put that video out. That's why Monograph was so fucking pissed at me, probably in the first place. But, the guys from Kiwi Farms, I don't really hang out there too much. I'll go look for information, search some shit or whatever if I need to get some updates. But I pulled this up because for whatever reason, it feels like these guys are super invested into this Rekieta thing. And I would have to, it would be really, really hard to convince me that these dudes, like this whole entire thing isn't on Rekieta's side right now, which is fine. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just giving you the opinion that I had. And, like Rekieta has also had, what's it called, dealings with other locales that are on the site, like Keffels, for example, where he got censored off of the internet because of Keffels. So he's back now, but like still, like this guy is definitely a kind of hero or a folk hero to some people. So like how he handles this situation is definitely going to either make or break him. And I mean, I have to say right now, like the way that he's handling it, even if he is a lawyer and he thinks that he's going to get away with it, a lot of the stuff that he's saying on his channel can definitely be used in court. And Monograph is smart enough to know that he's got almost a year to file all of this. So every defamatory thing that Nicky, the fucking genius that he is saying is literally getting downloaded and transcribed and then submitted it into the lawsuit. So like before this thing is done, this lawsuit's probably going to be 1,000 pages, dog. Like it's going to be big. Every time you say something, every time you talk shit, you call him a pedophile, all that crap to your gigantic audience of like 10,000 people watching and shit. Like it's gonna make it in there. You may not believe me or whatever, but you know what? You don't know Monograph, bro. You have no idea who you're dealing with. You think you're dealing with just some unlitigious. You think you're dealing with some litigious troll that ain't got skills or whatever. And I mean, he got a lawyer in your hometown for a reason, dog. He got a lawyer in your hometown for a reason, dog. Because he doesn't just play the lawyer game; he plays the psychological operation game as well. And I mean, you may think that you're going to be fine, but I can guarantee you it's not going to go the way that you think it's going to go there, Nick. So take advice from me, somebody who's been through this before, and, you know, if you want to grift GoFundMes and shit like that, more power to you, dude. It's just like you're going to be wasting your fans' money, and they're going to be pissed at you. They are. They are. Because, you know, you may not think that you may not think that you're going to be able to go down for all this stuff, and you might think that your law training is really good, but I'm going to tell you that I've been spending a little time doing some legal training myself, and I think all that time that you're spending on YouTube is really, really clouded your judgment over the years on this one, dude. Like, and I just went through this, actually, and, you know, the reason that I decided not to sue somebody is because I figured it was going to cost me about $300,000 to do it, and I was about to grift that and give it to a lawyer. So I decided to go do my own thing. And you know what? That's fine. I'll get trolled. Doesn't really bother me. Doesn't really bother me. So I think the other thing here to put out is that it's been alleged that his detractors, but he's had intercourse with the melon, but Monographed his joke about it while discussing selling the melon during a Skype call. Yeah, but nobody really knows if that's actually true. I'm just going to say I may or may not have seen a video for it, but I'm definitely not going to give anybody the video now. Fuck you, pay me. Monograph has joked about it while discussing... wait, read that. The umbrella guy, and the other incident of a young girl wearing a pig mask. The cis has been scrubbed off the internet with a Ret Mashik blog post claiming that the girl featured in the short snuff films really did die. Although that's the only information out there. This Ret Mishika blog right here. I don't even know if that's still around. Let's see. Yeah. Obviously, oh yeah, right here. Ret Mishika, a blog about mind control. There's also a YouTube channel, but yeah, nothing really on it. Don't know how long it's been there, since 2011, so there's something coming there. And Monkey Savant, you have those videos? Absolutely, under no circumstances do you give those fucking videos to anybody. No videos. You do not give those to nobody, Monkey. You fucking look at me right now, Monkey. You don't give those to anybody. Don't do it. Don't. Stop. Do not do it. I'm not being right now. Don't do it. Please don't any deeper than I am. Because I don't want to be dragged in any deeper. But just like, don't give it to him. And if you are going to give it to him, make him pay you for it or something like that. Or like, you know, just don't give it to him. Don't give it to him. Just don't do it. Don't fucking do it. So, when I actually went through here, pulled up all the information on this stuff. We watched the videos and things of that nature. And according to Monograph's own words and his own thing, the girl did not die. There's no evidence that the girl ever did die. There was everything above board, and it was just a movie or whatever that freaked a bunch of people out. And his detractors used it to basically perpetually stalk him for a very long time, since like probably 2011, maybe even before that. So, number one, it's like you're looking at a person perpetually harassed and stalked with this information. So, like, I understand because it's just like the same thing that happened with me in the shadow box stuff. People are saying, oh, it's the shadow box stuff that you guys are bad or whatever. But in reality, the actual story is quite a lot less tame than, you know, the made up story. And everybody would much rather have the made up story be the real one and not the actual reality, which is basically where we're sitting at with Monograph. Like, it doesn't matter if all of this stuff is all just with every single person that has ever brought the shit up since it's ever been brought up. What does that tell you? Well, it probably should tell you that it's not true. And if you think it's okay to just like put it out there like that, it's not really in your best interest. That's not like the way I think any lawyer should ever operate. I'm pretty sure a lawyer would tell you, be like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. I mean, you could do what you want or whatever, but it's probably not like the fucking best idea. So the other things here is Quest owns a photography company called Montagraphy. As a note with the phone call on No at the Mad at the Internet, Quest claims to have parental consent to take nudes of minors as a part of his business. Needless to say, this has led detractors to call him a pedophile. But that's the thing, is that there are adults out there for whatever reason that want to have naked types of pictures of their kids for like their family photos or whatever, so they could show them to their other family kids and be like, oh, look at you, so cute, look at, I can see a little dingy. You know, like, I don't like that shit either, but I guess, you know, back in the day when people used to take fucking photographs on what do you call that? On chemical film, because, you know, back in the day we didn't have fucking smartphones. We had to get a big ass camera and go katoosh, right? So Monograph was a expert in photo manipulation already back in the day when it came to chemical cameras, you know, not digital cameras, but regular old school cameras where you had to put the film in and go. So now I think that this is where we're at. So like technically what they're claiming, or what Monograph has claimed, technically isn't illegal. You know, there is certain little carve outs and cutouts, although for the most part, people would call you a pedo if you participated in this stuff. But you know what? Even to this day, there's really weird ladies that are taking like naked pictures of themselves naked with like baby, and their baby's naked, and the husband's naked. And they're just like standing there like, oh, look at us. We're like a naked family. We're like humans. So like, that's the kind of stuff that they're talking about. You know, he's talking about participating in. He's not talking about participating in any form of like, you know, pedophile content or anything like that. And to be frank, there's literally been zero evidence of any of that stuff ever on the internet anyway. It's literally just all he said, she said shit from back in the day on the internet. So I don't know if we could truly proclaim that he's a pedo. And you know what? That's why he came after me in the first place. And you know what? I'm not going to say that he is anymore, because obviously there is no evidence of it. So I'm not going to make that claim. Although back in the day, I did make the mistake of going over all of the same stuff that these guys are talking about and, you know, getting his ass up my ass. And it was not cool. So, yeah, not cool. Not cool at all. Mm-hmm. So if you've ever watched like movies like 1 Hour Photo or anything like that, Polaroids, like that's going to be one of the main things that you're going to have to look at, like, to be perfectly frank. So it says it here in the last one, it says, which in turn, oh, wait, here we go. And he says, needless to say, that it's had people call him a pedophile, which in turn, Monograph has resorted to litigious measures. In 2019, Steve Quest, or Monograph, sued Jake Morphonius over a YouTube video published 10 years prior where Morphonios called Quest a pedophile. However, Quest bungled the servicing of Morphonios, and the judge dismissed the case without prejudice due to the bungled servicing at the failure to state a Colorado law to back up his claims, which is true. Like Monograph actually never refiled in the case, as far as I've been able to see, against Jake Morphonius. It seems that he bungled the servicing. Jake Morphonius and him kind of like stopped beefing with each other after that, and it just kind of like faded out into the distance. So this is why most people think that they're going to be able to, like at least not have to deal with Monty in his lawyering ways. But I mean, this is one time, and then we don't even know if he's like refiling or whatever, because the judge didn't dismiss it with prejudice. It's without prejudice, so he's free to refile. All he really had to do is just add a Colorado law to back up his claim, and then it would have been accepted 100%. So it's like a technicality how Jake Morphonius got off of it. But as far as I understand, I thought that they got together on like the outside and were basically like, all right. I don't have any evidence. I won't fuck with you. You don't fuck with me. But, we're not going to admit to shit publicly. And that's what I think. That's what I remember happening with those guys. Yeah, that's what really happened with the first things of those guys. Yeah. So now we're coming into where I guess Monograph comes in to the situation again with another lawsuit with Medicare. Because I guess Monographs had brought the attention to himself from a one Mr. Medicare, who did a stream about him on June 24th of 2019. Mr. Medicare, aka Jim, no longer live streams anymore because he's probably going to die here pretty soon because he's got like some really bad like health problem or something like that, which is really sad. But back in 2019 is when Monograph basically was having a beef with Mr. Medicare, obviously threatened to do legal action, and it was just kind of like the end, or it was kind of like the beginning of this whole entire thing. Medicare and Noel would call into that mad internet stream, and Monograph was actually on there, and it was basically the same day that Nick Rekieta came on as a guest for the stream to discuss the legal ramification of Monograph seeking legal action as a result of his, whatever Mr. Medicare was doing. So, I mean, it's already funny shit, right? Because, like, whenever you get lawyers and YouTube and people starting to sue each other and shit like that, shit gets really weird, right? That's why 100%. I'm like, if I don't have to sue Tim Pool and I can get him to post an article that satiates my business, I could give fuck all. I could fucking care less what any of these other YouTubers or whatever think about me or what my actions are. It's not like they were talking to me anyway, and it's not like they're helping me anyway. There's only a very few group of people that seem to have been cool in that entire situation, and all the rest of them, well, they could eat my fucking dirty asshole. Woo! So, I guess at the end of the day, we look at this and we see that the stream would be the first interview between Rekieta and Monograph, and Rekieta's affiliation with Medicare would basically make the meme war. So, like, this beef between this beef between Rekieta and Monograph has been going on since 2019. And for the most part, it was just Monograph making memes of him, which I thought were funny because, like, he wasn't making memes of me anymore. And that's basically, like, he's, like, really making memes. Shop skills are not okay. He does with his memes. He can always do pretty much anything. I've seen him do some pretty good shit, but overall, he was going after Rekieta with memes and making fun of him, and obviously slowly but surely taking his buttons. And I think that's basically kind of like what led into this whole entire thing in the first place. Oh yeah, you had me on a video, Lucky Burrito, but YouTube removed the video. Wow, you should have cut out the parts of that Farron video that would have kept it up. I cut out the that they claim parts, but I got removed. I got clipped them out of the video utilizing the YouTube system, but they didn't take down any of my stuff. See, I'm not gonna be like the rest of the people and try to like fight this weird battle of, oh, they're censoring me. They're abusing the privacy system. Right? Robot was like scan my video for some content that somebody pointed out or whatever, and then some human's gonna have to approve it. I have two choices. I'm either going to take it out completely and just say fuck it and not deal with it, or I'm not gonna do anything and then I'm gonna like act like I just got a huge slight. I mean, shit, you know what's funny? Like, I should have had a video taken down today for a privacy complaint, but I don't think they actually took it down. Actually, it should have been yesterday. So it's like YouTube went through and scanned the video, but didn't actually take it out. Yeah, they actually didn't take it out. Let's see. Let me look at it real quick. Maybe it's still today. Super chat, irritation, engagement, request, information, privacy, content, case subject right here. Yeah, it was 11 days ago, actually, so I'll just pull it up. So it's like, I had another privacy complaint for a video that I did not do any type of editing to whatsoever. So like, here's that privacy complaint from 11 days ago. Whenever YouTube does that, they will either say, hey, we're going to age restrict it, we're going to remove it, or we're not going to do anything to it. So yeah, like the second one that I got, and which was saying that it was for somewhere part of her shit. So it's 2 hours and 34 minutes. There's something there now. They didn't take it down. They didn't take it down. And that's when you were on my show. You see, there you are, Lucky Burrito.
They're asking, is she the only model? She's the only model.
So specifically, they're only seeming to go after the copy of Farron's video. So there's something inside of Farron's video that is hitting the algorithm, probably because they already removed the World Star video. So anything containing the World Star video and any question, they're going to remove it due to a privacy complaint, irregardless, because they've already done it. This video also got hit for Eliza Blue shit, but they didn't take it down because only the currently model. There's other Helen Troy models, and I'm going. It's not in their system. You must not have edited your video. You must not have edited it all out, because they will not. That's how it works. Right there, 1080p. 1080p. So, like, if you understand how the different systems work, you know, you can really, like, look at what people are claiming. And, like, all the YouTubers that are going, be like, bitches, they fucking removed the World Star video. Of course they're gonna fucking hit you on every single one of those privacy complaints. She fucking played the system. What the fuck? She played the robot. Now the robot just thinks that that's bad. So it's gonna take your shit out no matter what. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't have anything with the World Star video in it. And Iridic Fusion, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says you should get Monograph on for a grifty interview. I'd like to get Monograph on, but I highly doubt that he would actually come on to my show. Yeah. I think that he would not come on to the show. It's fucking hot here. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. It's fucking hot. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so that's basically kind of like where we're at. That's where we're at with that, you know, copyright shit or whatever. Now back to the Ricada thing. Yep. So there's more info on Monograph's OP. Ricada bantered against Monograph, and there was an exchange of a small bit until Monograph dropped off of the radar until 2022. Thanks for that super chat again there, Iridic Fusion. We appreciate you. And it says, we'll discuss this a bit more in the defendant section. Monograph is being represented by David Weldon Schneider of Schneider and Madsen PC. And then this is just all the different stuff on Monograph's lawyer. I could give you guys the thread to Kiwi, but if you just type in Monograph versus Ricada, you're going to find it. It's like one of the first links at the top. So the defendant himself is probably one of the more popular YouTube grifters that's existed, doesn't really put very much effort into the content, mostly him just talking, utilizing StreamYard to, deliver information. But people he grows to popularity because he basically just sits there for like 8 hours a day streaming like different law cases, and him and other lawyers that basically have nothing to do case wise because they're not the best of lawyers or whatever. They just kind of comment on stuff. So I mean, it's cool. It's like Law TV. It's like watching Law TV meets Mystery Science Theater 3000 or whatever. So you got like the talking heads watching the people doing the actual work and like making fun of them and stuff. So I can see why people like it or whatever. It's just never really been my thing, right? Never really been my thing. And according to him, he was a small lawyer that all of a sudden got his big boost in YouTube by covering the George Ozunian versus Dax Herrera lawsuit, aka something known as a LOL suit. And is a means to explain the suit to those who are unfamiliar with law. Over the years, he has covered and commented on various legal topics and lawsuits, including stuff filed by Russell Greer, Melinda Scott, ongoing feud with Noel, Richard C. Mayer versus Mark Wade, Vic Meganoia and Funimation LLC, Preston Pooler versus Ali Dean Assef, and the state of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse, and then obviously the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case. So it was more or less a few people. Wow, we just missed another super chat. Well, thanks a lot, Deborah Rose, and we do appreciate the grift, and we appreciate you sending in for the grift because we need money. Oh, yes, we do. We need money. How about you? So really the thing here to like understand is that Rekieta wasn't really a big YouTuber by any means at all. Like he barely got anything covering Dax Herrera. I mean, he grew pretty steadily, but like really wasn't killing it onto the platform until the Kyle Rittenhouse case came out. And then he really did like make a majority of his subscribers and get the majority of the followers from basically grifting his fucking ass off on Kyle Rittenhouse and Amber Heard. Like that was where his bread and butter was. I mean, he was going up hundreds of thousands of subscribers almost overnight. So he's definitely a huge juicy target for an individual such as Monograph, because Monograph sees the kind of success that this guy got, and now this guy's got his huge channel and he's basically calling him like a pedophile and shit all over the place. And he has no, he's got no evidence, he's got no proof, and he's only doing it to be malicious. And this is the point where I think that Rekieta and the rest of his law buddies are being a little disingenuous to their audience, because the actual malice that he has been showing since this lawsuit has started and his willful ignorance to even say nothing is really going to affect him. And I think his legal license in the future, because one thing to understand and realize is that you can't really go to the bar about a lawyer until you have legal paperwork on the lawyer and you guys are either plaintiffs or cases or you're fighting against each other. You have to be a party to a lawsuit, whether a defendant or the plaintiff, vice versa. There has to be some kind of like legal interaction in between you two. And essentially what Monograph is doing right here is something very ingenious. He's understood the laws of the area that Mr. Rekieta is in, and they did this pocket service. So he's got a whole entire fucking year before he even needs to file anything. But what Rekieta isn't being very clear about is that he doesn't understand, or he's maybe doesn't understand, is the fact that everything that he says from this point on, since he's been served, can and will be utilized in this actual lawsuit. So any type of stuff that he says online, any defamation that he makes after this fact, is going to be looked on by the judge in a very, very negative light, because he's already got it in and he's basically double, triple, quadruple, 20 putting it down. So if he thinks that, a regular dismissal is going to be on the table or something of that nature, it's not going to happen in that particular way whatsoever. He's actually going to have to actually answer for that kind of stuff, because once the servicing has happened, like that's basically kind of like the start of things. And, if there's already been cease and desist letters put out and litigation is open and you're an actual bar certified lawyer and you're just kind of like going against everything, trying to represent yourself and shit like that, like there's no judge in the United States of America that's going to look upon you favorably in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't matter how many fucking friends you have. It doesn't matter how good you think you are at the law. Like, this is a problem. Like, Rekieta should have shut the fuck up. I mean, almost immediately. He should have been doubling down that he had. Guess what? So it's, I think, create some more issues for him in the near future when the thing actually does get filed, because he's basically like already in the hole, and now he's just kind of like putting the dirt on top and for the there. Oh, well, prove damage stuff. He does it. Depends on what he's actually suing for, and you don't know what he's suing for because he's only dropped the piece of paper that said that we're gonna sue you, but like they don't know what they're gonna sue you for. So you got a whole year to, give that to you. So think about that. So would it be smart to be a person who got served a lawsuit, but you don't know exactly what the lawsuit's for, but then you just kept on going on all this stuff and saying all the stuff that the guy originally told you that he was going to sue you for? It doesn't seem like a really smart way of doing it, but then again, some people just don't really give a fuck. It's just my opinion on the situation. If you don't agree with me, well, that is life, my friend. It's just kind of how you need to live. It's what you need to understand, right? And I have a history with Monograph in this particular situation, right? Like, I did the exact same thing, but I handled the situation in a way better way, right? I just stopped, right? Instead of going to the law, I decided that, you know what? I don't actually know if this is true, and it seems like I'm creating emotional distress on this person. Maybe I should stop. But with Rekieta, he's like, no, I'm going to quadruple times 20, what's it called, Kamehameha myself into the exact opposite. So that's it. And that's the thing, is that opinions are different than that. You can say it's my opinion, your douchebag lawyer trope. And remember, Rekieta is not a great lawyer. He spends all of his time on YouTube commenting on cases because he can't actually be in the courtroom doing the actual law, right? And you could try to like knock me for discussing it in this way, but the reality is this dude spends way more time on YouTube nowadays than he ever had been spending in the law area. So he definitely is rusty. He definitely is doing a lot of things that a lawyer just would never do. And there's no way that he could think that this is just going to go off easy in his own respect. Like, he's making mistakes all over the place. And I'm just going to give you my opinion on how it is. His opinion would be, oh, Monograph is a pedophile, shit. But, what's defamation? And you've served in that suit, and you're still continuing to make the same statements as their facts without really being and saying that they're opinions, but trying to do it after the fact. Like, it's not gonna work, right? Like, he's either got to get the case dismissed at the very beginning, or it's not going to get dismissed at all, and he's going to have to actually go into litigation. And at that point, he's going to have to retain somebody, and it's going to become a whole thing, and he's not going to be spending as much time on YouTube, which sucks for him. But in reality, it's like everybody's giving him all this great credit, but essentially a majority of these people are just the brown nosers and such that showed up from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial and Johnny Depp, right? And then, like, what do those people really know anything about law? Their whole idea of what law is what they learned from this guy. So, like, are they really gonna know exactly what is going down and happening in this situation? No, man. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Monty, you weirdo. You know that you had to send me your address for this. Not that I care, but I know you've been going after someone really, like, nasty style.
Nasty style.
That's that umbrella guy who's a friend of mine. So I am going to send your info to that umbrella guy. Just letting you know, because, in case he needs it for anything. And by the way, it's because of what you've been doing to him why I'm doing it. Not like, it's not doxing, man. He may need legal representation against you, and so I will provide him that information confidentially. So I don't think you were trying to hide, though, so I'm not really, too worried about it. But I am
Oh.
redacting the information for the stream, of course. I got to give you credit, Monty. These are funny. I haven't read them yet, but these are kind of funny. So that's good at least. Here we go. So this is in the matter of the complaint of Steve Quest. This brings the total ethics complaints technically up to 58.
58.
And again, I want to reiterate, not a single ethics complaint has resulted in anything, and not a single ethics complaint has been related to my practice of law. This is what desperate, annoying, irritating Karens do when they don't like something. They run to the first manager they can find, and then they try and use it to destroy life.
Just like lawyers do.
And this is the best part of Montegraph. And all of these people act as if I came after them in some way, like I did something to them. I didn't. I don't know. Montegraph is especially the worst, specifically because I had never heard of Montegraph until he called me, and then this is years ago, and then started making a bunch of weird videos and memes of me, which, I mean, fine, but I'm gonna laugh at it. Like, that's kind of what I do. I don't know what you expected, but that's what I do.
That's what he does.
And then he just disappeared, which is fine.
Do you know why he
But then
disappeared?
after my YouTube account got banned, Montegraph came and reassured me that my YouTube account would be reinstated because he said Nick Rekieta is never getting back on YouTube. So therefore I knew, because Montegraph is always wrong, I knew that I would be getting back on YouTube. It was actually really refreshing to have that happen. But
see, that right there is weird because some people think that Monograph initiated it, but it was pretty much this guy, Rekieta, going onto Medicare's stream and making fun of him that started this whole thing. So, like, if you want to get down to brass tacks on who started this shit, he did. Nick did. And Nick did when he went onto the stream with fucking Medicare, and they were both making fun of Monograph, right? Not knowing anything about him, right? Just looking into him. So, like, to be clear, Nick can try to say, oh, you know, he kind of already just told us right there. Well, I don't know. He was just making memes about me, but he doesn't really talk about the fucking Medicare stream, does he? No, he doesn't, because, you know what, that might not exactly make him look like he's in the best of light or whatever, which is, you know, obviously a total lawyer move. So congratulations.
But again, Montegraph popped into my life and then vanished. And then he popped back in.
Well, technically, Monograph popped into a bunch of people's lives and vanished, but Monograph went off of the internet in 2019. So he completely stopped making videos and everything for a pretty good while, and he only reached the internet until very recently. And it seems that he's been focused on a few individuals, namely that Tug characters, that Umbrella guy, which I guess he had beef with because of the Johnny Depp trial. They named the Umbrella guy, which is Monograph, and it should have been that Umbrella guy, and that pissed him off. And then obviously digging, kind of like going. And I mean, when Tug came onto my stream, he brought up Monograph, and I was just like, Monograph, nope, not going there, no sir, not helping you with that, no sir, no sir, get away from me.
I had forgotten he was.
I was like, you can ask about anything, but you can't talk about Monograph, and we're not going to give you any information as to who he is or anything, because I don't know you, and I don't want him fucking coming after me.
Was even a thing or a person. I didn't even know he existed anymore.
Yeah, the
and then
umbrella.
he showed up, and then he got mad about it. So I don't know. I don't know about some of these.
Yeah, then he
videos.
showed up and he got mad about it.
So Montegraph is Steve Quest. That's who he is, and he talks about it.
No, he's not.
This is not.
That's not his name. That's not what his name is.
Oh yeah.
This is
So it says
DBA.
determination discipline is not warranted, and
That's a doing business as. That's not who he really is.
without investigation. So, good job to the the lawyer's professional responsibility office and all that stuff. And as I read this, please remember that these are allegations, and the professional responsibility office
Freaking scrubs.
takes allegations as if they were true. Whether or not they're true, accurate, doesn't matter. They take them as they come in to make their determination on if they should investigate further. If they do not investigate further, they have taken the accusations as they are and then said, okay, don't care. Don't care.
Don't
Kate-
care. Don't care. So yeah, it says this does not end with the feud as Rekieta would make further remarks as noted in Quest's complaint. Everything came to a head when Quest decided to sue Rekieta and serviced him on December 5th of 2022. Note that all of Rekieta's enemies, ranging from Maddox's fan base, the anti-Comics Gate crowd, the Kick Vic horde, including Mars Girl, Shane, yes, that one, and Ron Toyle, and the Sophie Longcase Wine Mom orbiters, and obviously Ethan Ralph and Keffels' Zealot followers. So Monograph is the first to seek legal action against Rekieta. Rekieta, however, is not without flaws. His recent antics stemming from degenerate chats in his Locals app have switched many fans to be disappointed in him, outright laughing at him instead of with him. However, this has no bearing on the case, which is true. It doesn't. It really doesn't. So I'm going to play a little bit more of this.
Kate the Swiss says, I once dated a chick named Karen, and she was a manager. Did she complain to herself? Did you get in trouble? Did she complain to herself about you and then put you on punishment? Is that what happened? Here we go. Attorney Nicholas Rekieta was engaging in a live stream on both his own and another's Rumble channel, which has also been shared on YouTube.
Uh-oh, he's too drunk. He doesn't remember.
Another's Rumble channel? What was that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Was that when I was Fox's?
What does that say? If Barnes isn't on it, I know they have world-class investigators. They know more about you than you. And I'll just be with, we keep Barnes investigators with one hand tied behind our back and one eye closed. And I could definitely find more information and more shit than it ever could. I'm just not a dick. And I only use my internet powers for good.
Are there any penalties for false complaints? No, that's the amazing thing about this. The amazing thing about this is that people can complain and try.
Yeah, Burrito, this is the guy that gets drunk and you lost allegedly or whatever.
To ruin your life all they want. And you can't do anything about it. You cannot sue.
Yep,
They're
that sucks,
absolutely
man.
privileged from any lawsuit. They can lie.
Maybe you shouldn't be calling people
Completely.
pedophiles and
They
shit on
can,
the internet, you
they
son
can
of a
write a
bitch.
complaint that says so-and-so murdered someone on...
Hey, real quick, there's like 134 of you. Did you guys remember to hit that like button, subscribe, share this with your friends? Huh? Did you remember to do all that? This show is called The Griffcast over here. We're over here watching somebody else's videos, Nick Rekieta. We're doing exactly what he should be doing right now. So we should be seeing them super chats flowing in. So come on, chat. Let's go. Goddamn. Or whatever. Yeah. Just kidding. Not really though. Like, send money now.
Or whatever. And you can't do anything about it. They can say, so-and-so is engaged in the practice of money laundering. Lots of people said that about me, by the way.
Engaged in the practice of money laundering.
That I was committing federal felonies related to Vic's GoFundMe, which is silly because it's set up in a way where I would never come. That's why I set it up. So people have accused me of all sorts of stuff, all sorts of crimes. Can't do anything about it. Nothing you can do.
I don't
Can't
believe
sue.
you.
And someone says, of course, it's Minnesota. No, that's every ethics board. The ethics complaint is privileged from defamation. K to the Swiss says, yes, she did all those things. It was great. So anyway, so yes, they take these allegations as true.
Yeah, I'm not turning my
which has also
camera
been
back
shared
on
YouTube, wherein he made demeaning statements about you. Mr. Ricada mocked your intelligence, true. Called you a retard,
True.
and other derogatory
True.
names. Questioned whether you were fucking watermelons. No, I didn't
True.
question it. It's on video.
True.
It's not much question to it.
It's all true statements that you
I
just
don't know.
admitted to be
Why is
true
this-
statements.
How is this still a question? Stated you should be shot in the fucking head. That was satire, but okay.
Doesn't
And that
matter.
You participated
You
in
still
certain types
threatened
of
him.
sexual activity.
It's
that is
still a
untrue.
threat,
You
according
believe
to the
these
law.
statements are unprofessional and unbecoming of a lawyer. And here it's going to be the exact same thing that we see all the time, right? Subject to your complaints are attorneys' allegedly improper actions outside the practice of law. Office has jurisdiction to consider allegations of attorney misconduct, whether or not they were in the practice of law. The director also has discretion, however, to make such investigation as the director deems appropriate as the conduct. The director's office has determined that no investigation will be conducted. While this office shares your concern regarding Mr. Ricada's speech, which is repugnant, attorneys are afforded free speech protections under the, this is the same line that they do. The exact paste. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Speech is unrelated to client representation. These statements certainly do not reflect the best of the industry, right?
Sorry, I was muted. So what's happening here is kind of funny because what he's not understanding is that Monograph is a pretty smart dude. Yeah, you guys could stop saying that you can't hear in the chat anymore. We already turned the mic back on, so you can shut the fuck up now. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Anyways, so what's going on? Move. Oh, this Monograph guy is just myself or put the sound back on. You're supposed to do it with a super chat, not just a regular chat. You know the rules, okay? This is Griffcast. This isn't that other shit or whatever that you guys are used to watching. So, yeah, you know, put it out there. There's no delay. There's literally like a 4-second delay. So like, it didn't take that long for it to come back. Okay. It didn't take it that long for it to come back. Okay. We already know that. Okay. And I can see it on because it's moving when I'm talking. You see that right there? You see how it's moving when I'm talking? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I know the mic is on. Cool. So what we're looking at here is that he's not really understanding what Monograph is doing right now. And it's a very, very interesting play by him because he's literally setting this guy for failure later on down the road. Like, this is an insurance policy. Because before, all of these complaints were going to be disregarded because he had never been in actual litigation with Ricada, had never actually been a party or a plaintiff or whatever the hell, never did any business with him. Now that he's actually suing him, he has. And if he were to file another one of these things after their litigation is completed, well, then all of those other 58 or so records or whatever would actually be looked at. Or, yeah.
The best of the profession. Dang it, just missed it. While there are certain circumstances where speech together with conduct outside the practice of law might implicate rules, this content does basis information.
Right now, it does it. After loses or whatever, even if he never even actually files something or he lets it times out, he could still put all of that stuff forward, and everybody says is going to have to wait because those fucking you would have to actually think about in that particular way. And finally, somebody said it in a freaking super chat right there. YouTube, trailer park, trucking, trash news, and events. Just did a super sticker with 99 cents, said money mouth face. That's right, money mouth. That's what we like. We like it when people send us money for all this hard work that we're doing up here, like pertaining to history. I mean, at most, I could be considered to
yada yada yada. We're gonna Mr. Ricada is by way of copy of this determination in your complaint, being notified of your complaint and our decision not to investigate. Every time.
Every time. Every time. So yeah, if we keep going through all of that, we should be pretty great. It should be pretty good to think about like what's actually happening here. And you know, Nick actually does have his own Ricada law firm that is out there that people actually see very clearly. And damn, dude, thanks Drew P 904, $5 through the super chat saying, yo, much love, money. That's what I like to see right there. People throwing in that money. That's what we really need to be seeing for all this hard work and legal we're doing. Tell him the information for free anymore. No, don't shit for free. So, however, Nick Ricada's case record is limited to the local area. His case record could be viewed here, and they've actually attached a lot of his actual case records. And once again, thanks to Drew P 99004 for that. We appreciate for that generous super. Damn, we got somebody else coming in with the super chat. Daddy Issues Bear, $2. Heliocentric. Is that what is heliocentric? Are you trying to say the Earth is flat or something like that? That's dumb. That's dumb. Whatever. Anyways, despite being a licensed attorney in Minnesota, it seems that Ricada has opted for his representation by another attorney. Oh yeah, that's actually smart. He should definitely have another attorney be a part of that particular situation for sure. 100%. Like, Now, update. Ricada is working pro se, and now he's actually got a lawyer on retainer named Mark J. Randazza of Randazza Legal Group, PLLC, Pro Haas Vice, which is interesting, right? And yeah, he's a member of the State Bar of Arizona. Very interesting enough. And he's also in the State Bar of California and a couple other people. I think I actually heard of him before. Rand seems that he's also being sponsored by another legal law firm, Kesheya and Kesheya Law PhD. It's kind of what they're doing right now. You know, it does kind of this is it seemed like Monograph want to take this all, but for more, he's been litigious. So is the case. This is definitely Monograph putting on the thumb screws to him and basically trying to call Nick out to see if he actually is worth his salt as a lawyer, which I actually kind of respect. Like, you know, I see Monograph playing like 5-dimensional chess in this particular situation, and he's already been very litigious with other people in the past, but it has always been over them calling him a pedophile, talking about all of this like nonsense that's out there about him on the internet, and just basically being mean, right? Like, you know, I guess, if you don't want to get bullied, turn off the computer or whatever, it does still suffice. But in this particular juncture, since there's actually legal paperwork out, it seems that it's just kind of funny to see how, like, you know, the lawyer of lawyers is actually like handling his case. And I mean, to be frank, I mean, I'm not you know, we're not friends. I'm not going to fucking pull any punches. I think that he's doing himself a terrible, terrible disservice. But then there's the third thing, right? And I think this guy on Kiwi actually puts it out there quite well. It's a fucking grift. It's a grift, right? Because like Rekida's not going to do anything. He's not going to pay for fucking lawyers and shit out of his own pocket. He's going to finagle some kind of way where they're going to where he's going to make his pay pigs pay for it, right? So he's going to do exactly what I wouldn't do. Like, I'm not going to set up a GoFundMe and trying to grift for a lawsuit from you guys. Yeah, right. No matter how big I am, Frank. But for a guy like Rekeda, who's also already grift or go grift me for it, he's trying to grift basically. The complaint, it's a complete joke. The last three claims, defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and infliction or negligent infliction of emotional distress, are absolute idiocy and a complete joke. And it's like crazy that somebody would even try to use that in the first place, right? That's cool. Cool. I don't even know what's going on over here. So let's see. Motherfucker, what does he say? Defamation is even worse, though, because the only conceivable claim that actually exists, considering Nick has called him a pedophile and other similar themes, you could at least call it a colorable claim, even though the dude is practically a pedo. Not really. However, to plead defamation, you generally have to plead that specific statement by the defendant to constitute defamation, which is interesting. So like you generally have to plead that specific statement. So now that's where I've been getting into. That's what I've been talking about. So like, Mick might not have anything now, but how many times has he made those statements over the last couple of months? Yeah, so if you think about it, it's going to be a lot. You can't just say that motherfucker defamed my character. That's exactly what this weak-ass complaint does. Which is true, but, it never stops the fact that, he just wanted to get the complaint out there. He could always amend the complaint. Like, there's never any problem with this dude that shit. Adding more to it, having to file an addendum or whatever, because there's going to be a lot of people that have been a part of that, right? Think about that, okay? So if he's going directly at Rekeda and, you think that he's not going to be able to come up with the other two complaints, I mean, I guess, I don't know. Let's see. Like, they're fighting Minnesota. So let's just why does it always fucking open that shit up in a little sidebar? Why, Edge? I don't even like that sidebar thing. What does it say? Negligent infliction of emotional distress, NIAD, is a tort defined as an emotional distress caused by a negligent action. States differ greatly as to whether they allow a cause of action for NIAD and exactly how much damages are calculated, unlike intentional infliction of emotional distress, or IIED. Most states fall into the three categories on how they allow NIAD claims. States allow claims when the defendant's actions were reasonably foreseeable to cause emotional distress. Some states only allow for a NIAD claim when the missing physical harm and fearing such harm termed being in a zone of danger. For example, if someone is assaulted by a server, anyone sitting by the server could be in a zone of danger, as they may have that they were going. And a few states require at least some physical injury to the plaintiff in order for a NIAD claim to be claimed at all. Interesting. Now what do we got over here? $5. Exposing the occult origins of heliocentrism. Your globe cult NASA is why 99% CGI. Whatever, dude. Thanks for the $5, man. I fucking hate you with a passion. But thank you for your money. But I hate people that make me read out that shit. So not what we're talking about. We're completely talking about a completely different thing. And you're back in here again talking about NASA and bullshit. I fucking hate you with a passion. I fucking hate you. Like, that's all I can say is I fucking hate you. I'll still read the shit, but I fucking hate you. Okay? Like, go bother somebody else. Please. We're doing something completely different. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Like, it just, I fucking hate it. It's like, who fucking cares, dude? We're talking completely different, dude. I would much rather have fucking Monograph in here trolling me at this fucking point. At least funny. So let's see. What else do we got here? The defamation's even worse, though. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. It does not cite a single specific statement by Nick that could constitute defamation. Instead, it's generally alleging a list of hours-long streams that somehow generally defamed him. This is an absolute joke of a case. The only question of dismissal will be to amend or will be to simply prejudice, which I don't think that's actually a fucking thing right there, to be perfectly frank. And honestly, it's just like, thinking about this is one of the main things that I've looked at and trying to think about it in a favorable way for these guys. And I mean, honestly, I think it's just like two internet dipshits fighting with each other or whatever, to be perfectly frank. But I think there's more to the claims here. And I mean, that's going to be like one of the main things that I could think about. There's going to be more to the claims here. Like, because Monograph still has a long time to basically go line by line, claim by claim, to make sure each thing is done. But remember, in order for Monograph to do that, he's literally going to have to fucking pay somebody to go like transcribe it. Because yes, you could use the YouTube transcripts or whatever, but I'm pretty some states you have to get that. Thank you, $dollars. My lawyer. Sorry, I can't be your lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I can't be a lawyer actually, because I haven't passed the bar yet. But when I pass the bar, I'll let you know or whatever. I mean, maybe. I mean, I passed the practice test or whatever. That shit wasn't that hard, but we'll have to see if the actual test is any harder than that one. But I'm expecting it not. I'm expecting it's pretty easy, actually. I mean, well, for me, I don't know if it'd be easy for you or whatever. Some people got to go to fucking school for many years. I just got to read a book. Okay, maybe I read it like 3 times, but I read it cover to cover. Well, technically, it's a PDF, so I read it from start to. Because there's not. But if it was a real book, I would have read it cover to cover. At least 3 times. So let's see. It's just being done so incompetently, even at the outset. There should be even a low. That's true. Grinding a lawyer on the level of Randanza for this, even though Nick could do this on his own, is kind of funny. Also, ETA, YouTube things that you said that were weird to me. Mm-hmm. So I think that's pretty good, like assumption or some assumption of what's actually going down in this particular case. Like, it's almost kind of one of the main things that I would look at, right? And yeah, dude, Nico Serraro, MS Office can't transcribe audio. No, but they could pay a court stenographer, which is what they're usually going to have to fucking do or something like that. But somebody's going to be through all those videos. And I mean, if Monograph's got enough money, I mean, who's representing him? He's got people going through. They're going to be able to go through all of Nick Rekieta's videos and meticulously transcribe all of that stuff. So it's going to be like at a point in time, and this time on YouTube in a live stream on this date, this time, 3 hours and 27 minutes and 37 seconds, you said. Because, you know, you can't watch videos in court, right? Or sometimes you can, but like, how do you submit a video for evidence? And usually the only time you ever see video evidence is usually when it comes from like the feds. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Yeah, AI can, but AI transcriptions, are those allowed into court? And, you know, how do you get a YouTube video transcribed into court? From when I was in, what's it called, litigation with people, they said that they could transcribe it. They just had to pay somebody to do it, right? But basically that person was going through and like re-verify what was already transcribed from YouTube. So who really knows? I just think it's funny that I saw this popping up on Kiwi Farms of all places, because they definitely seem to be the highest number of they seem to have the highest number of, I don't want to look up Raelian, what the fuck, I want Rekita or Recta or Rectum Law or whatever they call this guy. And I mean, he's got a lot of subscribers now. I mean, he grew pretty consistently with that umbrella guy. It was pretty clear that, you know, him and a couple other people just pretty much launched all the way to the top of this thing. Pretty, and you know, for the most part, tired. This dude's content has been legal, right? That's what he does normally. So here's the biggest thing here is, I think it was last night, about 19 hours ago, he started talking about his motion to dismiss the lawsuit of defamation and all this other crap, and he was talking about the dumpster fire, right? Which I think is funny.
Is summarize the
Oh, look at that. Lift the Veil actually sent us a super chat. What did he say? $1.99 through super chat. IIS videos use green screen and CGI. No, they don't. But thanks for playing, bro. I'm going to put you, Nathan, I'm going to get you on the ISS one of these days. My black SUVs are just going to come up behind you. Some dude's going to come up, get you, inject you with some shit, lobotomize you a little bit, and we're going to stick your ass up into the goddamn ISS. And then you're going to tell me that it's a green screen, okay? I'm going to do that. We're going to do it. We would just teleport you, but you don't have the security clearance and the Illuminati for that ability, so sorry. But eventually you're going to know the truth. If I have to fucking launch you in a rocket myself, it's gonna happen. If I gotta grift a fucking rocket ship seat in a SpaceX rocket pod for you, me, and somebody else that you know that, you know, is a flat earther to go to space or whatever, we're gonna rocket to space. You're gonna come with me to space. And then we're going to be up in space and we're going to recreate the meme with the gun right there. And you're going to look down and you're going to see that fucking beautiful ball with the fucking crazy ass atmosphere thing around it. And you're going to be like, has it always been like that? And I'm going to be like, yeah, it's always been like that, motherfucker. Pine. So annoying.
very first part of this lawsuit, because it has become irrelevant at this point.
It's funny, but it's
I'm
annoying.
going to summarize the irrelevant events that have brought us to the filing amended my
Anchor.
that amended complaint. We're only going to look at one document from the summary. And we'll tell you the happened and summarize those events, and then we're going to read the documents. And if you've been following along you may know what these events are already because I've bitched about it some. So some of this may be reviewed for some of you, but it'll be a nice way to.
So do you guys want to keep watching this, or you guys want to go watch IIS green screen videos? Let's see. ISS green screen video. Let's see. Easy green screen. Astronauts respond to failure. Okay, yeah, dude.
What is a failure that occurred during one of your space flights, and how did the crew handle it?
Isn't this one of the videos that you guys say that is screened?
Well, that's a really good question. I've got a little over 200 days in space, and let me tell you that failures happen. And the one thing I learned is that the best way to react to a failure is to be ready for it in the first place. And everything we do up here involves a lot of planning and having backup systems and methods to handle things. When I first arrived at the space station on the Soyuz, our automatic docking system failed, and
You know what? No, fuck that.
Are evergreen conifers and the oldest living trees on the planet. Branches are usually the male pine cones. They're small, less than 1 inch long, and are cylindrically shaped and covered with little scales, each containing 2 sacs filled with many pollen grains. The female cones usually grow higher up and start out small and green. They have overlapping spiral scales, each containing 2 seeds inside a tough outer covering. In spring or early summer.
Thanks, YouTube Trailer Park Trucking Trash News and Events, for that $1.99 through Super Chat to help fund the flight Earth Round. LTV Earth Round. Yes, that's right. Flight around the globe. See, that's pine cones.
Help if life gets shout or sad news. I need some tips to cope, some data or some anecdotes, cause right now nothing's working for my blues.
Trucking trash.
Sometimes I deal by playing music, and sometimes I relax by reading books. Sometimes I go downtown, climb a tree, and don't come down and throw a bunch of pine cones at people. A crowd has formed around my tree, just out of reach, and the police have blocked the street on every side. But no one can climb it, and I think it's cause they know I have a pine cone here for everyone who tried.
This is good as fuck. I haven't even heard this before.
I yell, I'm gonna live to be 100. I'm gonna see them cure disease. Then I'm gonna watch them go to war over the royalty. So if you need me, I'll be in the tree. If you need me, I'll be in the tree.
What is going on right now? Is this like an old school stream where I just like type shit in and we just find shit? What were you even talking about? Oh, pine cones. Yes, I was all like.
All right, so check it out. I want to go over here in a minute. Go over to this stream that popped up. It's a response to all of this. And I got to just throw a disclaimer out there. You know, I tend to side with Agent 19 on quite a few things. There's extremists that I don't agree with, but I mean, he's got some really good extremism and another, like, let's say, like his view on fishing. It's kind of the same thing that what happened to me is like I went from using like live bait with fishing to artificial only. It's kind of a reality right direct, put it that ways. I'm going to play in a minute. And before we do that, okay, I'm only going to, whoever's restreaming, go for it. I don't care. I I want to play this band that while DeFingo was talking, he said this buzzword that from an old band that I remember that just I hadn't watched in a really long time and or checked out for a really long time, called Vitalik, if you ever heard of them. But I was going through a few of their songs. They've got something that came out a year ago, and I used to listen to them like maybe 10 years ago or something like that, and kind of fell out of touch. So when he said that word, I'm like, holy crap, I just remembered about this band Vitalik. I want to play this song, and then what we'll do is get into, here in a minute, get into the Agent 19 response, which is really good. It's a totally different direction of the argument going on here, which I try to present both sides of the argument, or as many sides for all sides, because actually, if you look at like a prosecutor in the court, he's supposed to be an officer of the court and also make sure that the defendant's rights aren't being trampled on, or there's a Brady violation, right? But there are Brady violations that happen. So, there's an Agent 19 response that he went live about an hour ago, and I listened in. I'm only going to do a few minutes just in case he might get upset for me mirroring. He has in the past, but this occasion, I think it'd be all right, because once again, I'm trying to give it out both sides, unbiased, with plenty of talking points coming from both sides, and let a judge decide. And in a case like this, there's good talking points for both sides. A judge is going to have to decide. But let's get into this Vitalik song. It's pretty, I was listening to a bunch of them, so this is from a year ago. They're real, let's say, their sound is real wet. Let's put it that way. And then what I got to do is get this Agent 19 response queued up. Thanks for joining in, sticking around. Even though we still got dropouts, I'm probably dropping out right now, sounding like a dumbass. I can't tell. What supply issues? Highly agree. Highly agree. Now their sound. I'm just gonna kind of keep this down. Talk about this band. Their new sound from a year ago. This album looks like it was released. A lot different. Not that different. Like this was the most likeness song out of the album that I could find. But their other tracks, play them. They've got for giving me a heads up on that. Audio should be good. It's not right. The maybe. Anyway. So if you Vitalik official, they've got some really good tracks there that I can't play or else I'll get banned. This track didn't have a copyright hold, so not a major one, no major labels. But if you go to the Vitalik official and go back, let's see here, quite a ways. The Vitalik Teenage pretty good. The old by a year ago looked pretty good. I went through that one real quick. I can't play that. That's got a bigger copyright. And if you keep on going back like through them, I mean, some of them like have 6 years ago, and that seems like the jump. 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and then 1 year ago. So they didn't do anything for like 3 years. 12 years ago, 13 years ago, 2 million views. 16 million views. Poison Lips, Metallica. They're game 2. We're destroyed. Let's see if I can pull up the agent stream. Hopefully he didn't put it on private, but his counterpoint to this was pretty badass. Oh, I bet you he did. Dang it. Oh, no, it's there. He kept it up. All right, so I'm going to kind of fast forward through his intro so we don't get blasted. And for some reason, I would get a copyright strike on what some of these guys play for their intro music. Anyways, let's bring up this Vitalik track. They're real wet, like I said, a real wet sound with their distortions. My mic, I'll check. What the heck was wrong with my my mic? What was going on with my mic? Was I maybe I had a sleeve over it or something? Anyways, I listened back and everything sounded fine. Even though we are getting dropouts, sorry guys. But let's get this. This is an interesting response. Totally something different than I thought. We're gonna play just a few minutes of this.
Why I am siding with Montegraph and against Nick Rakita. Why? You guys.
This is another
Why
Vitalik
I
track.
am siding with Montegraph and against Nick Rakita. Why? You guys know what's coming? Huh? How many of you guys know what's coming? Did anybody see Nick Rakita's live stream, I believe posted less than 24 hours ago, where he addressed his response to Monograph's lawsuit? And he went on to cite numerous on law of all that Monty have done. One of those was this guy, Timothy Charles Olmsted. Yeah. And you can see in the description for this live stream, the 176-page injunction filed by Kimberly Prokowski out of the state of Florida against Timothy Homestead, specifically as it pertains to and as a direct result of Mr. Homestead's repeated harassment and stalking of that individual. Repeated emails where he made comments about desiring to do her harm. Up to and including, of course, his involvement with this man, Gil McCauley, who was arrested as a result of a violation of an injunction against Louis Ocasio, who did serve time in prison, and who has been released. Conditions of his release is that he is no longer permitted to be online. These are the people that Nick Rakita decided to cite in his response to Monograph's lawsuit. Does anybody find that to be just a bit bizarre?
I find it more than bizarre.
That's bizarre. Especially considering the fact that Mr. Rakita is an attorney. But must ask themselves if they license to earn his income on YouTube and online doing podcasts. Probably because he's not very good at what he does. That would be my guess. Obviously, it doesn't take much research to find out who this guy is. Like, for example, the Daily Beast article, where this image comes from. Right? The Daily Beast article. The title of the article is Ramping Up the Crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pull that up for you. Powering conspiracy theories, and now they're stealing kids. I'm fairly certain they're talking about Cynthia Absog there. Familiar with that article? I am. Because I was around and I did my research, Mr. Rakita. Let's take a look. Far-right fringe group, infamous for promoting nutjob conspiracy theories by pedo rings, has moved on to criminally meddling in child custody cases. This is amazing. Where the father named Slyman, Mr. Slyman, was convinced by QAnon conspiracy theorists that the government was trying to kidnap his children when he lost custody of them. Inspired by videos he watched online, he warned his children in the chase that the police were coming to abduct them, or maybe just shoot them in a staged killing. These people actually believe this shit. Are you paying attention, Mr. Rakita? I hope you're paying attention. Despite Slyman's daughter, desperate, Slyman's daughter told her father she was working for the mythical cabal at a failed attempt to scare him into stopping the minivan. Then, Slyman told his children, who aged 8 months to 13 years old, about QAnon belief that a video of Hillary Clinton and Abe Huma Albin eating children's brains was discovered on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Eating children's brains. Are you paying attention, Mr. Rakita? I hope you are. Days earlier, Slyman had watched a video pushing exactly that claim on a YouTube channel operated by Timothy Charles Holmseth. That's the same guy that you cited in your response to Monograph. Are you paying attention, Mr. Rakita? Say this, I'm going to be very blunt. I'm going to put this very bluntly. You're fucked, okay? You cited this man in your response in a court case. You're fucked. This guy has got 5 arrest warrants on him in 3 states. He's currently wanted for violation of an injunction placed on him by Kim Ocasio. He's involved.
He has how many warrants exactly?
He has 5 warrants in 3 states, and check this out. He was involved with 2 individuals, one of which drove to Florida and executed someone in his kitchen. Another individual, Cindy Absug, was just convicted in the state of Colorado for attempting to kidnap her children at gunpoint with a man named William Ryan Wilson from the foster care. from their foster parents. After her children were removed from custody because exhibiting signs and traits of Munchausen by proxy. Their evidence that tests. When Child Protective Services in the state of Florida caught on to her, she moved to Colorado. And when it started again, Child Protective Services and Social Services in Colorado contacted Florida, where she was from, to see if there had been any previous reports, and there were. So the children were removed from her custody at that time. So she chose to seek out this man, Phil McConnell, right? Who put her in contact with an individual named Sarah Dunklin, who was a delegate for the Republican Party in the state of Missouri, who in turn put Ms. Absug in contact with her then boyfriend, William Ryan Wilson, who, driving one of Phil McConnell's vehicles, carrying a 6-hour model P226 9mm pistol, traveled with Ms. Absug from Plum City, Wisconsin to Denver, Colorado, in an attempt to kidnap her children from fall. Are you paying attention, Mr. Rakita? Are you paying attention? I hope you are, because the court is going to be. The court is going to be. They're claiming that lizard people are running the world and that John F. Kennedy Jr. faked his death to become Q. Oh, and that he was going to make it known that he had faked his death, and he was going to come out of hiding in November of 2019 to become Donald Trump's running mate in 2020. Yeah, that didn't exactly happen, did it? Are you paying attention, Mr. Ricky? One of the QAnon's most explosive and successful allegations has been that Hollywood celebrities and top Democrats actually abuse and torture children to drain adrenochrome, a substance piano believers keeps the powerful alive. An echo of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory. Can't pay attention to.
Well, let's not forget the part where this guy also dressed a child up as a little girl, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he makes those kind of sick allegations about Monograph while supporting Timothy Holmseth. Isn't that ironic? I think it is.
While citing Tim Holmseth, yeah. He's a Q-tard. And the Pentagon task force was cited in Mr. Akita's response to it. While on the run, Holmseth recorded a video urging his camp to shoot CPS services staff person came to the house. You know how hard this is? You're supposed to be an attorney. Attorneys are supposed to know how to do basic research. You didn't research your sources now, which tells me you're one shitty attorney. You are a shit attorney. You are a shyster. Yeah, I said it. And these people are going to walk all over you. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. Those are my thoughts on that. Anybody else have any other thoughts on it? This is why I'm supporting Monty in this. Yes, I support Monty of Holmseth in this. And well, over Rakita.
I absolutely support Monograph on this as well, over that guy. Absolutely.
You guys seen the description for the live stream there? There's a 176-page injunction outlining everything that Timothy Homseth had done to Kimberly Picazio between 2009 and 2019. That's 10 years. And it's still going on, ladies and gentlemen. That was 4 years ago. It's still going on. He's gotten another warrant on him in the interim. And his handler, well, some people call her his handler. I'm not going to say she's his handler. She's basically his girlfriend. She left her husband, just up and left. She runs all of his websites to try to get around the injunction. Timothy Homseth writes all the articles for the website. Randy Erickson publishes them. Well, guess what? Randy Erickson was just sued by Craig Sawyer, and she's also subject to an injunction filed by Kimberly Picazio as well. Hey, Timmy, Randy, if you're listening, you feel the walls getting a little bit closer? You should. You should. Because those walls are getting closer. You're running out of places to hide.
Yeah, and if you get dragged into this case, my advice to Monty is have your attorney subpoena Homseth so he can be picked up as soon as he comes to court.
From what I understand, this lawsuit is taking place in the state of Minnesota. This is one of the states where Timothy Homseth has an outstanding warrant. Get this. Monty subpoenas Homseth. Homseth doesn't show up, he gets a bench warrant for failure to appear. Homseth does show up, he gets taken into custody on the existing warrant in the state of Minnesota. I'll tell you what, things are looking up for Mr. Homseth, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. Oh, if you guys check this out. This is Cindy Absuck. Well, let me go ahead and pull that up. There's Cindy Absuck right there, standing next to Bill McConnell. QAnon assigned her to kidnap her son and then hid her from the law. It's true, ladies and gentlemen. It's true. It's been proven. Beleaguered by far-right conspiracy theories that foster care was a front for child sex trafficking, Cindy Absuck allegedly planned to kidnap her son. Then she went on the run. Now, check this out. Here's Ms. Absuck right here. And here's her mugshot. Once you got a couple of them. That's Joe McConnell. We got all of them. Well, there's, oh, damn. Wonder who that was. We got mugshots for all these people in here. Well, that's not a mugshot, but that's Sarah Duncan right there, ladies and gentlemen. She sent her boyfriend to Plum City, Wisconsin to meet up with Theo McConnell to link up with Cindy Absuck to go and kidnap her children from the foster care system. Yeah, she's a delegate to the Republican Party. She's not longer, but she's lost her delegate status and her home. Last time I checked, she was living in a van, and she believed that there was a cloaked spaceship that Donald Trump had sent to protect her from the Space Force.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, she's all there.
Schizophrenia right there.
Why was this woman ever a delegate for the Republican Party? For any political party?
You have to ask yourself that. Like they have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene too. So.
Father Bill, who lost, by the way.
Well, that's some interesting developments. Citing the source of trying to use Timothy Homseth as a source in your legal argument back. Excuse me, sorry about that. I would like to see that. That's what I would like to do. I would actually like to see that cited in the court record. And again, you're just not going to know how something like this is going to turn out with many good counterpoints, even though that's only one counterpoint right there, which is, let's put it this way, a pretty good one. It is Agent 19's on top of it. He is on top of it that way. Anyways, looks like he just went live again. He might have, yeah, he did go live again. But what I'm going to do is I want to get the rest of the one we were playing earlier today, just to try to get it all. You guys know I'm more of a full-length guy, but we're going to continue on where we left off from earlier today with the mediocre. I think we were the last hour. Make sure. All right, yeah, we already get a spot. Almost there. That might be where we need to be.
Where he's going to reveal his, I think this should be coming up in like a few seconds, his master plan. This is how he's really going to fuck you into the dirt. So we'll continue off at 1341.
Yeah. And identified the person that was Q. Sorry, electronically. Can back it up electronically.
Back it up.
And you're over there with that big man. You got those, you know,
Figured out I had a big nose.
Turn you upside down and turning that nose into a planter. I could put like 2 little flowers in there and just,
just get a garden in your face.
Oh, that'd be great.
You can laugh at yourself.
Yes,
can't
I can.
You can, because I tell you what, ask around. I'm gonna start making memes. It's gonna be hysterical.
Has he seen Roxanne with
It
Steve
sure
Martin?
is, because you, Nikki, are the head counsel for the Sweaty Sausage Squad.
Ooh, no.
You know what? We're gonna make a whole new website just for you.
There it is.
We're gonna change your banner. We're gonna change Twitter.
Oh my!
It's gonna be tons of fun. I hope you can laugh at yourself. I'm sure that Mr. Anti-Bully will love it.
Yes, I will.
I'm positive all these other troll tarts.
Absolutely.
They're accusing me of shit I never did in a million years. I bet you even they will laugh at it. Means I'm gonna make
God, I hope so.
It's gonna be.
If you're gonna work that hard.
He's building your own website.
I saw one of your shows.
I won't do it, so somebody has to.
When you said a small attorney's firm in Minnesota, man, you ain't
I'm not kidding at all.
You're absolutely right about that.
Probably the smallest one
Here's
you'll
the
find.
problem with Mr. Anti-Bully, he doesn't know his enemy. Because me now,
declared it.
He's accusing me of doing a enemy now because.
Oh, look, I'll pause it. We're almost done anyway. 1523. Admitting to in regards to the 222 thing, I made no declarative statements with that. I merely said, boy, this rabbit hole is getting dark. So I guess he's imagining I'm saying things that I'm not saying, even though I'm not the one deleting tweets. He is.
But is the melon hole getting dark?
Oh, it's gonna be dark. We're getting pretty.
Oh.
Through
Yeah.
1523.
It's that shit you said on your phone call, dummy. And I don't care what you're gonna do about it. But you know what's really neat? I got a bunch of servers up there in Minnesota. Maybe I can swing by and visit you and all. We can go to lunch. Would you like that?
Yeah, I'd go to lunch.
Go out for a couple of beers and that. Hang out on the lake. Smoke a couple of cigars.
Yeah.
You can tell me how wonderful you're not.
Okay.
I'm just merely defending myself.
Sounds like a date.
Against jackasses like an attorney, like yourself, Nikki.
Attorneys are the worst.
A tiny, teeny weeny, itsy bitsy, puny woomy law firm in the state of Minnesota that is going to get so much attention when your audio drops of the way you're talking to me because I'm merely trying to defend myself.
God, I wish it would have been meaner.
That is all, Nikki. See you on the other side. Oh, don't take that the wrong way. Ooh, sorry. I mean, I'll see you on the other side of the interwebs. Settle down.
I was hoping you meant on the other side of my underwear or something.
Oh, hey, getting a little dirty there.
Did you promise at dinner? Take me on the list, give me some cigarettes. Better to that.
Well, I mean, he is a romantic. I can't deny the fact that this man, he's a sweetheart. Maybe he should be in charge of the Sweetie Squad.
If he brings the beer and cigars, I'll bring the Bluetooth speaker and the Barry White playlist.
So that was a kind of a compilation for people that weren't really familiar with who Montegraph is. Like that's what you saw in the, that's what I'm watching for a month. What he would do to Drummer. And then when I finally talked about it, much like he did to you, after just mentioning like once or twice, suddenly I'm on the shit list. I'm getting sued. Servers are going to come subpoena me. Google's going to, bow to his will kind of shit. But this isn't, like these aren't empty threats, I guess is the way I should put it. Because he has tried to file legal motions before. If you want to pull up the link I gave you, and we'll just kind of go through it. Maybe you can give us your opinion as you read through it.
Yeah, these are the whatchamacallit, the Blackstone Intelligence Network one.
Yeah, I'll just read the page and then we'll go through the from him and filing. It shouldn't take too more background, or if he consulted with a lawyer before he sent stuff in. But like he sent in a 23-page reply, right? But when we look at what Steve sent in, what Monograph sent in, it's like 4 pages and 2 of them are blank. I don't know. Like it's just really weird to me. So let me pull that up and then we'll go through that. And I think people are going to really like the melon stuff. So we'll do that. Just give me 1 second here.
Sure.
Hopefully, I mean, God, how are you how are you holding up? I guess you shook? Are you scared right now?
A little scared. I lost all in the lake. I'm worried about what my family will think of me when they see the memes.
Well, he likes to remind people that he lives in a stand your ground state. Like he said this in a couple other streams, where he's like, "I've got 3 guns. It's stand your ground. Do it. Try me, Nikki." It's something else.
The hardest part is the disappointment on my children's faces.
I know, it's hard to live with. Okay, I think I've got this pulled up. Yeah, it's the Blackstone Intel and Monograph thing. And people will see the link. If you guys want to check it out on your own and just read through the crazy, feel free to. I guess, the guy that runs it put it up for everybody to see what this guy's like. So let's take a look through, okay? So I'll just read through and we'll get to the legal filings, I guess. Blackstone Intelligence Network, Morphonius defeats Quest. Notorious cyberstalker meets his match. For over a decade, an online cyberstalker going by the name Montegram harassed, bullied, threatened untold numbers of victims. The internet is rife with complaints from his victims who suffered from serial abuse that they felt they could do nothing about. Monograph used other names including Umbrella Man, Elite Rule, October Rains, I'm Your Ghost, and often partnered with another anonymous troll who hides behind the name Agent 19. Some wondered if Monograph's real name was actually Steve Quest or Dale Ellis Bennett, among others, but they could never be certain. Monograph repeatedly denied being either of these men. This uncertainty made it possible for them to sue their 29 Monograph decided to target Morphonius during a live broadcast of the Blackstone Intelligence Network, as he did to show civility towards the parents of children who were slain in the Sandy Hook school shooting. So just so people are familiar, what started this? Apparently Jake said, hey, try to be nice to people whose kids got killed. And Monograph took offense to that and was like, fuck them. So I guess that was the touchstone. Monograph was banned by moderators, but repeatedly cycled through multiple user accounts pretending to be different people. In response to the harassment, Morphonius advised his audience to look up the ample evidence of Monograph's unethical and deviant activities. They sent Monograph into a rage. Over the next 24 hours, he made multiple threats to travel to Morphonius' home to confront him face to face. Morphonius advised Monograph that further threats would result in court action to preempt such action, and hoping to generate some degree of internet fame for himself by attacking a much more popular personality. Monograph filed a frivolous defamation lawsuit against Morphonius. So should we open that up? Do you want to take a look at the original filing?
Yep.
That should be the C. Steve Quest original complaint.
Yeah, this is one of those great pro se forms that you go down to the court administrator and you get to scrawl in with your excellent handwriting on the 3 lines they give you to explain your cause of action.
And to be fair, I believe these are legitimate court documents, but I don't know how to look through a court system to double check. But I'm going to guess that because Morphonius went through all this trouble, these are legit what he had filed against him and what he filed in response.
They look very legit. They've got they've got the seal on there from the clerk of court. It'd be really annoying to try.
But I would point out this, ad listed here, because that's the address, so I checked it, and it's a JMax. So I don't know what to make of that.
Is that number 127 through 245?
Well, you never know. Yeah, you never know where he is. I mean, he could be in dressing room 127 or maybe 245. You just don't know. You got to show up to find out, really.
Is he like a mall cop, and he could just be there in that?
It gives the county they're suing, and this is all first page stuff. I'm guessing this is real basic shit when you do a pro se, right? With the complaint?
Yeah, they just give you this form, fill out the reports, and I mean, you could use it with an attorney, but you should fire that person immediately.
So this is summons, then, is what's being.
So yeah, summons, and this is just to tell you when to show up. The complaint on page 3.
Okay, but here I'm curious about, starting on page 2, everything under the affidavit of service, nothing's filled out. There's no declaration that they're 18 and older.
Yeah, and so your summons is page 1, and then the affidavit of service is something you would turn in. And if you, we're jumping ahead, but if you check out the defendant's answer, or not the defendant's answer, but the motion to dismiss that he filed, he did cite it for or lack of that he should be dismissed for this. So I didn't read through it all. I skimmed that document, so maybe we'll get to it. But yeah, it.
Well, yeah,
that looks like a problem.
Yeah, like on page 3 under subsection 4, I guess this is his claim. Jake Morphonius accused me of vile and disgusting acts during a live broadcast on his Blackstone Intelligence channel, defaming my character, in which thousands of people heard this publicly. I don't know, how does is that fine? Like, I don't know how these work. So is that good enough when you're sending this in?
No. You would have to probably list out the specific statements. Typically, you'd have to say, if you're only going to use 4 lines, it's like he punched in the face on February of 20. Lay out the say that the accusations are false, which he doesn't do, right? It just says he accused him of vile and disgusting acts.
Right.
Well, were they true? Because you can accuse people of true things all day. If they're false, then you have to state that they're false, and if you don't, then there's no remedy that the court can provide.
Right, and then he's suing him for $25K, which I mean that obviously kicks it out of small claims, right? So this would be right, or I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. So you're the guy that would know this shit on Section 3.
Well,
that's what the amount he wanted.
Those are state specific. I would assume he picked 25,000 to be out of small claims, and within the rules of what it is. I don't know how $25,000. So, wait. So this is in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's the PO box of Morphonius. Okay, never mind.
Well, I think Morphonius says what court they were in. I think this is they're doing this in
Golden, Colorado.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have to be out of small claims court. Typically, small claims have to be filed in the jurisdiction of the defendant reside.
Okay.
Or maybe so.
It's 206 on page. Does not want trial by jury. So, I mean, what do you think he imagined that he was going to send this in and say, I want $25,000 because he said mean things and I don't want a jury trial? Did he think the judge was going to be like, granted, Mr. TJ Maxx, here's your money?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he said, well, I've got such a solid legal case. This is legally defamatory, and therefore I'm going to just win it and not use a jury as a fact finder. I'm going to just go with the judge.
Yeah, and there's last 2 pages in 6. It like he fill out a lot. I don't know if it's normal or not. A blank all over this fucking thing.
Okay, 5 and 6 look like the answer document that you would give to your opponent to allow them to have a form to handle or to fill out and return if they wanted to use it.
Oh, I got you.
So,
okay.
So that must be why he left it blank, other than to just start to fill out the caption.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so that initial complaint with motion to full case law. We'll wait a second before we jump into that, just because I want to read to them the exhibits. Is that cool with you? Was forced to confirm under penalty of law that he is in fact Steve Quest, a resident of Lakewood, Colorado, who changed his name in Jefferson County from Roy Warren Marshall. There's much speculation as to the event that necessitated him doing this. By outing himself in court, Quest has given his victims a significant gift. They now have a real name to attach to their abuser. They no longer have to live with the frustration of being by an unidentified stalker who they cannot fight. Sorry, I've got a bit of... I guess that food magic's getting to me. Monograph Quest has been making random threats for over a year that he was going to sue people, including big-name YouTubers. His handful of sycophants lapped up the armchair bravado, cheering him on. This stoked his ego, and after filing his suit, Quest went on to produce more than a dozen videos, bragging about how to destroy more life. His last stung relentlessly. Quest also began threatening other victims, telling them that he was going to do to them what he was doing to Morphonius. Quest invited his audience of 50,000 subscribers to come support him at the first court hearing, an act that was clearly intended to try to intimidate Morphonius. Morphonius, however, is not one who can be intimidated, least of all by a man who dresses in drag and tapes himself French-kissing children's dolls in scat fetish videos, see Exhibits 13 to 16, or who schemes how to make more money off homemade videos of himself sodomizing defenseless melons on camera, Exhibits 17 to 20. I love that he
defenseless melons.
sodomizing them brutally. Do you think that Jake had fun filing his counter notification with these exhibits included? I'm guessing.
Oh yeah. I think he a little bit. He might have had his own melon with him.
Sexually abused melons. Okay, we'll jump back and look at Jake Morphonius' motion to dismiss. And you're the legal guy, so you can take the lead on this. Just tell me what page you're on so I can put it on screen for people. And we'll just, I guess, go through it and you can give us your take on what you think on how he handled this in response to this particular guy.
Sure. Well, let's just briefly hit the introduction. It says defendant Jake Morphonius is an independent journalist with a background in financial crimes.
Okay,
sorry, page 1.
Okay. All right, go
Background in financial crimes, who geopolitical conflicts in the Middle East, as well as other topics, including political corruption and government cover-ups. Publishes his report primarily on his YouTube channel, Blackstone Intelligence Network. On April 6, 2019, defendant conducted a live broadcast discussing defamation lawsuits by parents of children who were killed in the 2012 Sandy Hook shooting. Defendant had interviewed Sandy Hook parents who lost children in the massacre and was talking to his audience about the importance of treating the grieving parents with compassion and civility, as opposed to the actions of anonymous internet trolls who tormented the parents of with false claims of them being paid crisis actors and that their children never actually died. During this broadcast, several anonymous trolls entered the online forum and began to disrupt the program. One provocateur cycled through multiple fake accounts during the broadcast. Defendant learned after the broadcast was over that some of these troll accounts were being plaintiff unnamed idiots. Okay, the background, which he kind of covered in the other thing, but just to give the court a synopsis. I won't read all of this, but so first his argument is that the defendant is not subject to personal jurisdiction in Colorado.
Okay.
So this means that the court doesn't have any right to bring Morphonius in front of the court, right? He's not a resident of Colorado, and unless he's doing business in Colorado or has some sort of sufficient contact within the state, like he's in the state while committing the act, that would be a different story. But unless you have some sort of nexus to the state to connect the defendant, they can't bring you in. You know, they can't just sue you in some state and expect you to show up. They have to show a reason why you should be expected to be in that state.
Okay.
So then he lays out the standard for exercising personal jurisdiction, which looks like he probably did some research. He's got lots of case law cited in here.
Yeah, I noticed it was really, at least to me, again, as a layman, it looked really thorough. I mean, he's got a lot of shit listed in his response.
And he's got the main cases you want to have. You want to have international shoe. That's a long established case. You want to have, what was it? Volkswagen is in here. Worldwide Volkswagen Corp versus Woodson. These are, it's almost like he picked up a civil procedure book on jurisdiction, like a textbook, and just put the basic argument down from that. It's, without reading through it, it is thorough and it's likely correct.
So would you say the I guess his counterfiling, at least the beginning of it, seems fairly decent? It's not crazy. I mean, it makes sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense, and he's either done his homework or he's friends with at least a law student, one of the two. You know, you get this argument is what you spend your first 2 semesters of law school learning in civil procedure.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, so but it's very straightforward. And I mean, he might have gotten it from a website or something, but it's correct. So he just has to say, yeah, I'm not in Colorado ever, so why would I be there? Why would I go to court there? So general jurisdiction is inapplicable to client. So outside of having specific jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction over someone, you can have general jurisdiction over an act or transaction that occurred within a state. So like obviously, if you're just driving through the corner of a state and you run someone over, then you could be brought into court in that state. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But that, doesn't happen. Here, so no, not domiciled, nor continuous and systematic general business contacts with Colorado to warrant jurisdiction. So there's nothing tying him to the state. So specific jurisdiction is inapplicable to defendant, which is similar to his, or specific jurisdiction, sorry. General jurisdiction would be the sufficient contact with the forum. Specific jurisdiction would be with the transaction or act that occurred. And again, yeah, he's just saying that there's nothing that he did in Colorado.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason you should be bringing me to this state for a lawsuit is essentially what the opening is.
Right. And then if we jump down to page 9, section D, sure. He's saying that even if they were to find jurisdiction, exercise of the jurisdiction would be unreasonable because there's no, it would be, he's going to make the argument, I'm guessing, that it's unduly burdensome and unfair to bring him in. And he does have the correct legal standard. At the very bottom of page 9, he starts at the 5-factor fairness test set forth in Asahi and Burger King. exercise of this court would be unreasonable. And so then he goes through, he goes through the 5 points and makes the argument. This is a very basic and very well written legal dismiss on grounds.
Yeah, and it looks like you were talking about this earlier too, when we were looking at the initial filing on the bottom of page 11, the invalid service of process.
Yep. So yeah, personal service must be made here. Now this might be, let's see. This might not be complete here. Typically, since he's not in Colorado, I think he might have to be served under the rules of service in his home state. Okay, wait. A copy of the plaintiff's complaint was improperly served by a Forsyth County, North Carolina sheriff's deputy who left a copy of the complaint with defendant's minor child, age 16 years old, at his place of residence. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Okay.
I don't, without knowing North Carolina's specific rules, if you're gonna serve someone at their residence, you usually have to serve another adult at the residence.
They ended up serving his kid.
Yeah, the sheriff did, and the sheriff's deputy might have just done that on purpose. Like, this is stupid here.
I got you.
Yeah. But who knows? So yeah, improper service. Failed. This is your typical. Almost every civil case is going to make this argument because it's a one-hitter quitter argument. Failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. So they'll say the pleadings are not specific enough, which is true. And he goes through the justification as to why.
So far in his answer, he's basically said, suing me in this state doesn't make sense. You have no jurisdiction. You served me improperly, and you're not even really. It seems like he's just going down the list of everything he could list when he's putting this in front of a judge, right?
Yeah, and he's doing it in the proper way. First of all, you don't have jurisdiction, so it should go. Next, even if you do have jurisdiction, it was served improperly, so I'm not appearing before the court yet. Next, if you find jurisdiction and you find service proper, this case fails for failure to state a claim. And then here at the bottom of 15, he asked for dismissal with prejudice based on frivolous and vexatious complaint. This is the part that I believe the court did not grant fully, because they did dismiss the lawsuit without prejudice. And that's because of the failure to properly serve and the lack of jurisdiction. They're not gonna dismiss a suit with prejudice if it's not even served properly and there's no jurisdiction of the court to act.
Well, let's
on
say,
the first try.
Yeah, if this had been served properly against Morphonius, do you think the other answers in his counter notification were decent? Do you think the judge would have dismissed based on the other stuff?
Oh yeah, that he would either have dismissed it or he would have demanded that Steve here go ahead and issue an amended complaint that more fully lists out the pleading standards for defamation.
Oh yeah, and then he starts exhibits on page 16.
Yeah.
I'll read through a few of these. I guess these are exact quotes that he's listing at the bottom of or attached, whatever. Things like, "You'll be ruined for life, dummy. You are an idiot. I will take your last dollar, motherfucker." Fuck you. Get your checkbook ready. You have placed your livelihood in jeopardy. I'm going to financially ruin you and beyond.
Ooh.
Lots of this. Exhibit 5. What is this? Saying that, okay, after defendant responded to plaintiff's threats by saying that it's wrong to threaten women, plaintiff responded with an additional threat. "Mr. Quest is coming for you. Bet on that." And then all capitalized, "in person."
This dude is out of his mind. These are potentially actually criminally actionable threats.
Yeah, it's a lot. Exhibit 6. "Sorry for your luck, Jake. I have your exact location. We'll be seeing you face to face." "Sure will. You can show me how tough you are. Be prepared to be stomped on relentlessly."
Yeah, if you sent that to Minnesota, that would be potentially, in Minnesota, if I say prepare to be stomped on relentlessly, that is a specific act of battery, and that would be considered a terroristic threat. That's a felony in Minnesota.
Well, this guy's super smart, though. I mean, again, remember, he's the head of, what the fuck was it? Raytheon.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now, the part of the felony standard would be that you'd have to prove that this was some sort of imminently executable threat, which seems unlikely because I'm not sure, if he could get out of TJ Maxx before his shift was over.
Well, that's true. Let me see, because conclusions. Oh, okay, yeah, because I think that Morphonius filed a second, like a follow-up to this with more evidence.
I think he wanted to, but he didn't have to. So he filed his motion to dismiss, which was granted, and then if I read it right, he's got an answer that he was ready to file if the court denied his motion to dismiss.
Oh, and then here, yeah, and then in the exhibits they have screen caps of all the like statements. I've always wondered about this when you're filing something like this and you're including exhibits. Is a screen cap good enough? I mean, should he have archives of it as well? Like, what if he deletes it? How does that work?
Archives are better than screen caps. Either way, doesn't matter what you have. You'll have to, in a civil suit, you'll have to authenticate it. In a criminal suit, they'll go through the process of authenticating it. So you'd have to ask him about it and see if he made it. And if he refuses to do that, then you have to have some sort of expert in YouTubery come on and talk about how this is his account. This is not easy to fake, and that this statement was made, and you basically make the argument that this is an authentic statement, or you get him to admit it, like in a deposition or something. But yeah, the archives are better because they're harder to, they're much harder to fake than a screenshot.
Okay, all right. Let me back out of this one then, because that was the counter note. I wanted to find. Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe it's a second, or these are on something else. I mean, this is a really long one. Yeah, this must be the. This is a 3-hour. Yeah, he's talking about the broadcast he did with the threats and everything, and the melon fucking. I think is included in it. I just want to find that to show people what he had on that. He's got the 2 girls 1 cup video where he's eating pudding and making it look like a shit. Sucking dolls. It's just all over the place. Yeah, and I know that more. God, their names are so close. Monograph had said that you don't know who I am. You're putting my name out there, but he did a Google search for Montegraph, and then with the search term pedophile, and a bunch of links popped up. Is that to show that he's not the one that started it, but that's something that already exists out there?
Yeah, that would be the thing there. I'm just reporting on who this person. It's also it's a coy way.
Evidence.
Yeah, I don't want to say to prejudice the judge, but to prejudice the judge a little bit, because the judge is going to look at this and go, "Oh dear Christ, what is this?"
Oh, and Exhibit 11. Okay, this I guess goes to his name, right? Can you tell me what the hell this is? This would be. Let me make sure. Like if you click on Exhibits 13 to 16, right, the document that pops up, Exhibit 11, which would be on page 26.
Yeah.
It says in the matter of, and then it lists Roy Warrett Marshall. What am I looking at? Is this him trying to say this is a name change, or what exactly is this document?
I'm gonna guess this is the name change.
Okay, and that's so he somehow tracked it down.
Right. So he's referencing the file here. To be ultimately thorough, I guess you would want to get a copy of the name change document and attach it to here. But this is probably sufficient. Oh yeah. So Marshall Roy Warren, petitioner number 1, and date of birth, gender unknown, race, blah blah. Quest Steve K.A. petitioner 2. So that I'm guessing that's just how they file those name change things. It's weird because you in some states I believe you do your own name.
Oh, is that what you sue yourself to change it? Yeah.
It's weird. It should just be an administrative process, but it is a legal name change. So.
Okay.
I'm guessing that's just how they have this listed in 1996. But anybody could actually go. Here's the case number, and the county actually go and probably copy the, but because they're old.
Okay. Yeah, and then back on the main thing to kind of wrap it up with this particular back and forth with them. To try to capitalize on the spectacle he was creating, Quest hoped to record the court proceedings for his audience. One shown up, unless he could case the broadcast, it would see him ruin Morphonius. The judge denied this request, warning him that if he discovered to have recorded the proceedings, he would be arrested. Quest also petitioned the court to strike Morphonius' motion to dismiss. The court also denied. The judge advised Quest that he had 14 days to file a response to Morpheus's motion to dismiss. Morpheus is Smith. So with up, I mean, it's like if you are trying to with this.
I don't know if they
That would be over by this point, I believe.
Yeah.
Or it's very close to it if it's not completely over.
I'm gonna guess what the answer is there.
So he wanted to live stream the court judge said no, dismissed it, gave him 14 days, and then at the very end you can see he links to the documents again, but he says, Steve Quest, your reign of terror is over. No longer will I live in fear of you. But yeah, this guy, what's your take? Well, how would you describe our special little boy here?
Oh, he's a lunatic.
Right?
He's just, the real flaw of our legal system is the fact that it costs a lot whether you have anything to do with the case or not. Morphonius, even if he represented himself pro se, he clearly put time into drafting these documents, and that was a waste. That was a waste that was unnecessary. Just because some moron on the internet had some hate boner for him, because of, I don't know, what did he even do? Did he ban him like from his live chat or something like that? That's what sparks this.
I understand he was the hook and could you to the parent took they had a back and forth, and then apparently Jake looked into who he was and he came across the same stuff I did, right? Which is all this weird sex shit. And he's like, what the fuck is this guy's deal? And then Monograph is like, I'm gonna fucking sue you for this. And that's where we are. But again, this all kind of started in April or May, and in June we have a lawsuit. So this guy's saying he's gonna come after me. He's gonna sue. Yeah, he's saying he's gonna sue me. So I'm preparing to be sued again. Remember, pay me. I'm sad. That's how this works.
You're done. You're done, buddy. You're gonna need a lot of money against this.
I with manual let it go to waste. So let me put this up on screen. First time I've ever done this. Let me DSP this shit. I opened up Teespring store. So
oh no,
I know. If you'd like to support me in my future legal battles against Montegraph, buy a hat. Buy Jim's hats. So he doesn't end up living under a bridge or in a fucking TJ Maxx next to Montegraph's fucking, I guess, dressing room. I don't know what you describe it as. I'd be living in 148.
Yeah. Well, 148 today, 159 tomorrow. It depends on what section is getting the least amount of traction.
I'm ready for this case. Now I know when he was talking to Josh, because Josh did a stream with him earlier, he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna go after Jim." Right? He started to backpedal. I don't buy it. This guy is unhinged. He makes threats against people, and then he does try to follow through with them. I've watched it repeatedly. I've seen him call the cops on people and brag about it. I've seen him attempt to dox people, flag people, do anything he can to get petty revenge. And so when he's saying, I'm going to sue you, I'm prepared. I'm ready. I'm going to show up in Labo armor. I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of you, Monograph. I'm fucking ready for what's coming up with sweaty squat, and my, I guess, egg-headed head of the legal team over here to take you on.
Do you have hats that come in grade A extra large? Because that's what I need. Grade A extra large hat for my egg-shaped head.
Oh, well, you know, I actually, because like I said, I've never done this before. I looked at who makes hats. Apparently, it's very fucking hard to get them to make a fucking hat. I had to ask really nicely to get them to agree to do it. I was like, can you do a hat? Like, I was like, well, I'll do a T-shirt then, because I didn't know if I was going to get an answer. But then I got an answer, so I've got T-shirts and hats. I even got a mug up there.
Yes.
Mug.
The mugs are great. You gotta have the mug.
I need to raise the price to $50. So thank you, Monograph, for making me hat rich. Your legal threats really are spooky. I'm so scared over here. It just rubs me the wrong. If I had to he threatens people all the time with his petty shit. It's like, if you want to make fun of people and fuck with people, fine, but don't start threatening to sue everybody and get them flagged down and dox them, because you can't take the same shit being thrown back at you.
Of course, yeah. He's your typical keyboard warrior. It's actually pathetic how mundane he is, right? Like, it's not creative. It's not funny. There's no artistic flair added to it. He's indistinguishable from any other number of people who would, I'm going to dox you, I'm going to find your employer and get you fired, and if that doesn't work, I'm going to call big bad government down to put you through the courts. I mean, this guy, like Zoe Quinn or whatever? It's the same boring playbook. Just be funnier. What's wrong with these people?
Well, yeah, and he's been doing it for a decade. I mean, I looked into a lot of the stuff and trying to find as much as I could. And I ran into multiple accounts, and like, it's not just, shit posters. Like, he'll just target like fucking old women on Facebook and shit. Like, one woman's like, yeah, he tried to, ruin my life. Another guy's like, he went after my 70-year-old father. Another guy's like, he got me fired. Like, it's just all these people. He's been doing this shit for year after year after year, and now he's moved into the frivolous lawsuit bullshit. So, I guess I'm ready. I thought it would be something else. I thought it would be a furry or a juggalo or some other weird fucking group on the internet, but whatever. If I got to deal with a Q-boomer, I got to deal with a Q-boomer.
Yeah, I mean, but you're calling down the entire weight of the CIA on you.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're talking super deep state shit here. Yeah,
I've seen the belt lines of CIA agents too. That's a lot of weight coming down, Jim.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, I mean, not only has he worked for the CIA, but he single-handedly destroyed it too.
Oh God, what a disaster of a person. Is that so? I guess here's the question for you. What's the next step after his lawsuits don't work on people, right? Because he's escalating. Yeah. So is he going to have like a breakup note, and we're going to see him on a, what was it, Jake? Who found the person swinging in the forest there in Japan?
Oh, yeah, the Suicide Forest one. Oh, fuck, I don't remember. Logan Paul or Jake Paul, one of the Pauls. Paul something.
Yeah, that guy's gonna finally get admitted back to Japan, go back to the same forest, and find that guy swinging from a tree in Minecraft with a sign that says "Gotcha, Medicare."
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I speculate on, but when the begging and the doxing and the swatting doesn't work, and then the lawsuits don't work, who knows what this guy's gonna get up to? But just the fact that he called you on the phone from one tweet, and the fact that he filed a lawsuit against Jake Morphonius after he basically banned him from chat, saying stop being a shithead, speaks volumes. This guy, he off as just a real tryhard, I guess.
Now he claims in his lawsuit that Morphonius, actually accused me of violent, disgusting acts during a live broadcast. Do we have any evidence that Morphonius actually said anything about him other than just banning him from the channel?
I think, like I said, I think he did a follow-up stream after that where he looked into him, and he came across all the sex cult shit, and he came across all the 222 stuff, and he's like, yeah, this is disgusting. And I think that's what he's referring to. But again, I mean, it's a guy that's commenting on material that's already out there. He's not producing it. I think that's why that exhibit showed that when he did the search, it was an already established term.
Oh, here we go. There's another document and I don't know which one I clicked on, but it says defendant in fact.
Oh, hold on.
False.
Let me pull it up here 1 second. Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to
do you,
think.
Do you know which page it's on?
Oh, this is Quest response to Morphonius motion.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. I see where you are.
Yeah, and it's right up at the top. So this is response to motion. This is not a proper response to the motion at all.
Okay.
But he says the defendant, in fact, falsely accused the plaintiff of pedophilia a number of times during the defendant's live broadcast on April 6th, as proven in Exhibit Number 1 DVD.
He sent the court a DVD, did he?
Apparently. I'm requesting that the defendant issue a full on-camera video, his Blackstone Intelligence Network YouTube page, a full retraction for defaming and falsely accusing the plaintiff of pedophilia, and a monetary judgment. Well, the first part, the court can't compel people to speak. So that's probably not going to happen. You'd have
and I think the end result of that was the guy went on camera and apologized. So I'm guessing that was something agreed upon by the lawyers, not issued by the court.
Yeah, that was settled outside. Typically the court is not going to use the power of the state to force someone to speak. It kind of goes against the First Amendment. So they don't usually do that. In some criminal cases, they'll ask for an apology, but I think they usually ask for it, and it's part of the sentence.
Well, here's in Exhibit 1, he defended his face and voice being a pedophile. The live stream broadcast occurred on April 6, 2019, from the defendant's Blackstone Intelligence Network YouTube channel. The defendant falsely accused the plaintiff of pedophilia a number of times during that live stream. Over 4,500 people heard and saw the video, which triggered this very lawsuit. So this is his follow-up, I guess, because the first one made no sense, and he's trying to. This is more specific. Is that specific enough?
No, I mean, it's not going to be specific enough to overcome the jurisdiction problems, because he would have to prove that he had directed the acts towards Colorado. If he really wanted to, he would have to sue federal or in where the actually is, where they'd have jurisdiction over him. That's the biggest hurdle he's got. What page were you reading that on? 6, you said?
Oh yeah. So it's the 11-page document, the response. It's the second page, plaintiff's answer. It says Exhibit 1 DVD.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's from the paragraph where it says see response to that. One.
No, and it wasn't. He's addressing other parts of the motion, but I got dismissed on jurisdictional grounds, so they didn't even get to this other stuff. Yeah. Amend his motion. He could have requested that to the court, but I mean, this is why you get a lawyer, right? The interesting thing is, he raises kind of a good argument on page 3 of the answer that we're reading here.
Okay.
And this, if he had fleshed this out, he might have. It's right at the beginning. It says defendant and defendant's Blackstone Intelligence Network YouTube channel has over 200,000 subscribers. And on April 6, 2019, defendant conducted a live stream and accused the plaintiff of pedophilia a number of times, while over 600 people were watching live. Over 4,500 people saw the video. Oh wait, is it not there? Damn it. I got mixed up on which one it is. But there's one where it talks about he is a journalist with a standard of journalistic integrity. This is actually part of a defamation cause of action. Where is it? Where you argue that basically...
Oh, is it the third paragraph? The defendant's introduction to this very lawsuit explicitly points out what a professional independent journalist the defendant is, coupled with his investigational skills.
Yep. So one way you establish the failure of a journalist to, because they get some special protections for defamation, but one way you get past that is by saying that they failed to exercise the ordinary care that they would, or the standard of care that they've established themselves to use as a journalist. So if this guy claims to be a journalist, he has
wait a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've got the stupid merchandise thing over the page.
Oh.
Oh no, that's everything's going to shit.
Oh no.
There we go.
Sorry.
There we go. All right, that was my fuck up. I'm sorry. I I look over it and double check, and I was like, oh wait, nobody can read the fucking legal document because
Look, chat. If you want the overlay to move, you just got to buy the hat.
you need to
buy the hat.
Yeah, buy a couple fucking mugs if you want that to disappear.
Everybody who bought a hat, mug, and T-shirt combo, the overlay was actually gone. So
yeah,
that was y'all's bad.
I will say this in the second paragraph. He harped on this a lot too with my first live stream. Defendant was making money via AdSense donations and super chats for the defendant's defamation against the plaintiff.
Oh, that burns him up, doesn't it?
It does. He counted how many super chats I got on the first stream. Like, he sat out and counted them all and then kept repeating the total out as he talked. He was fuming about it. So I think this is off too.
Yeah, that's the thing that pisses all these people off, right? It's not only that you do it, but it's that you make money at it. Oh God, it burns people up. God, ooh.
Well, you know, just to state this again, I wouldn't be doing I'm moving over to DLive to do streaming in the morning and stuff, kind of like I did on StreamMe.
Yeah.
And that was my plan. And then this guy starts going off on me. So the reason I'm even fucking streaming over here on YouTube, because he initially said, I don't have the video on hand, but it was one more of his, you're going to learn you a lesson shit. He's like, you're too scared to stream on YouTube. You know what'll happen if you do it.
Oh, you know what's going to happen. You know what's coming.
Yeah, you know what's coming. Lawsuits and flagging. So I was like, fuck this guy. So I streamed, and if any more streams about this, if this gets crazier, if he files his fucking court case and all that other bullshit, all coming here. I'm going to fucking do it here. You can burn the channel down. I don't give a shit. I don't know. I just don't like if you make fun of me, if you laugh at me, is really what it boils down to. If you laugh at me, I'm going to teach you a lesson kind of shit. It's so stupid.
Yeah, let me give Monograph a little lesson. Laughing at someone on the internet is like standing across a highway and pointing at someone and laughing. And it is not illegal to stand across a highway and point at someone and laugh. It is not illegal if 7 billion people on the earth are standing on one highway, their finger at you laughing, and you're and that's probably what's happening here. Not 7 billion, but anybody who sees this is laughing at you, Monograph. No one's laughing with you.
Right. Well, I think a good way maybe to we're kind of getting to the end of the Montegraph stuff. Should we show people his hot memes, the stuff that he just completely fucked you out of the park with?
Yeah. Can you give me like 2 minutes and I'll be right back? I gotta run and do something real quick.
Oh, is he knocking at your door already? All right. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll be right back. But if you want to start getting into it, I'll pop back on in just a second.
Yep, not a problem. All right, chat. Give me a second here. Let me pull this shit out. These would be the hot memes that Monograph made to teach old Nick here a fucking lesson. I think you're going to enjoy them. They're pretty fucking devastating. So let me pull these up here. God, he made like 100 of them. There's fucking many of these things. Okay. So 16 hours. Let's do window. No, we'll do desktop capture. There we go. That'll work. So here they are from Monograph, and this is for some reason directed at me and Nick. It's nice to know that certain attorneys will do anything for new clients. Isn't that right, Nikki? Defeat is your business, huh? Laugh my ass off. It is now. And you can see the devastating meme. Head counts sweaty squad sucking on with forkfuls of sausages. There, and I guess the Law's logo. I knocked them right out of the ballpark on that one. Another one. There's nothing better than an attorney that gives great service. Thanks, Nikki. You are going to make a lot of sausages standing up. Take notice. That's all attorney privilege. And he's imp math. His United Nations will never know. He's got his leather bondage gear on. Another devastating picture. Here's one of him drinking Potato Head alcohol. You're going to like that. Here's one of him taking a shit. 24/7 counsel of the Sweaty Sausage Squad. Always a good one. Oh, here's one. Before I was the head of counsel for the Sweaty Sausage Squad, I worked at Wells Fargo. They didn't take me seriously there either. And there's a little egg-shaped Nick Bricada, and he's driving a tricycle on his way to something busy and important. It feels good to be accepted by a bunch of sweaty sausages. When it comes to being an actual pro attorney, I can't compete. Poor Nikki. Just added him right in there. Oh, here's another one. A troll attorney, head counsel for the Sweaty Sausage Squad. He really likes that sweaty sausage shit.
Oh, I love the sweaty sausage.
Oh yeah, we're just going through them. Here's the bear one. Being the head counsel of the Sweaty Sausage Squad, some days I need hugs. Attorneys' feelings matter. He's just, how do you fucking respond to this?
I've got to respond to this. This meme is accurate. I worked at Wells Fargo and they didn't take me seriously there either. That is true. That is true. I told them not to when I got hired. I said, I'm the worst salesman ever. Don't hire me for a sales job. And then they did. It was great. Good job.
Now, did you actually work at Wells Fargo?
Oh, yeah. For a year in downtown St. Paul. It was the worst year of my entire life.
How did he know that?
I've said it before on a stream.
Well, yeah, but he's not going to know that you said it on a stream. Remember, he responded immediately to you.
I don't know. Maybe maybe he did one of those background or whatever the previous years or.
This clears it up. He's got Illuminati written on the bottom of his memes. So
that's true.
I think, talking about rent-a-daddies, he showed us here real teeth, embarrassing, free cases for kisses, apparently.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Well,
it's not pro bono. It's pro boner, right? You got to get those. You got to get the smoochies in to get a little roused up. That's why we do the cases for free.
Well, yeah, and then he's got one of his final memes. His super hot banter is you as an egghead under a billboard of Agent 19 coming to get you. So I guess let me what do you? A complaint? You gonna read that on stream? You gonna have some fun with that?
Oh yeah. Please. Oh man, the worst thing I can do is have complaints come in. God, it's terrible. I hate when people call me out for my professional ethics and all of that stuff. I'll have. I mean, if this dummy is stupid enough to sue or file an ethics complaint or whatever, I mean, what do we have to hide here? We gotta just go ahead and tell the world about legal process.
Well, when he drops his lawsuit against me, and of course 7 sweaty men, Google, and 900 other people that he's threatened to sue over the last week, you're gonna have me on stream so we can read through that complaint once he files it.
God, I hope so.
Because I'm really looking forward. I am really fucking looking forward to what he's gonna end up coming up with.
I hope this low rent, low effort idiot puts more than 4 lines into you. Four handwritten lines on a self-help document. I mean, can we at least get a paragraph? What I don't want a 3-minute stream, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was thinking back to okay, what is he going to come after me for? I honestly can't think of anything. I'm not Jake Morphonius. I didn't accuse him of pedophilia. All I've accused him of, again, are verifiable things he has himself said he does.
Yeah, that's it's a weird one, but he knows a lot though. Maybe he's gonna have to learn you on what you did.
Well, he's gonna learn me real good, and then he's gonna memes the shit out of me, and we're both gonna be just crying in a corner trying to deal with this. I'm sorry that you, I guess, got dragged into this for tweeting about it. Anybody listening, whatever you do, don't tweet about this, because this guy will put you on the shit list, and you're gonna get sued along with all of us in Google. Just know that it's coming.
Take it from me, nothing is more stress than trying tweet.
Oh, it's damaging beyond fucking measure. Well, I appreciate you coming out to join me on this. I just wanted your, I guess, legal take on it, and then I was gonna have you do just that initially, but then he releases a video outright saying he releases coming no fucking reason. But yeah, it's the very last one. Counsel for the Sweaty Sausage Squad equals too funny. But he's deleted it. But at least I was able to save it so we could watch some of that, and I wanted to get your takes on that. Do you have any upcoming Vic streams? What do you have coming up soon?
Well, as soon as I get some more information on the depositions, or maybe some transcripts of the hearings that happened during the depositions, we'll be covering those. As for the specifics of this coming week, Ty Beard, of course, is Vic's lawyer. I believe I'm going to have his daughters on. at some point this week. They both work for his law firm and in various roles. Neither are lawyers, but they do different things for the firm. So we'll have them on to talk and get to know them a little bit. Other than that, until we get I think there's going to be some shenanigans. I think the anti-slap is coming up in the Vic case, which should be fun to talk about. And the anti-slap is great because everybody is talking about, oh, this case is going to lose on anti-slap, or this is anti-slap. Nobody will fucking file it. Just file the anti-slap. Please, dear God, file the anti-slap so we can move past it. That would be wonderful.
You keep waiting for it, but they're not going to do it, are they?
I kind of wonder if they aren't. I think they were waiting to have Vic get deposed, and they thought he was going to just like cry like a baby, and they were going to slag him and then file the anti-slap after that. That got headed off early, and then what happened in Vic's deposition is that they maybe forgot that they were deposing an actor who sits and talks to hundreds and hundreds of people from all walks of life for like 9 to 10 hours straight at a time for 3 days in a row every weekend, and that he might not be too broken up by a 6-hour deposition. Like he might be able to just deal with that.
Oh yeah, they tried that against Alex Jones. I remember that they, it was specifically mentioned a few times. Oh, it's going to be a 6-hour deposition, but Jones was like, whatever.
Yeah, Jones sits there and anybody who sits in broadcasts for 3, 4, 5 hours a night, a day, or whatever, is probably going to get through a deposition just fine unless they in that name all that they have. Typically, exactly because you gave.
Yeah.
So.
Well, can I ask you this? I guess I probably should have asked it earlier. He files his lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
So what does it cost me to fly down? I guess in Colorado or North Carolina, where the fuck he files it. Let's say I decide to go.
Sure.
What's a court case cost when you're going to do this?
You're going to have. You're likely just going to have filing fees for it if you're doing it yourself, right? Your filing fees. You probably electronic file. You wouldn't have to do it in person, and you. Especially if you're contesting jurisdiction, which I'm guessing you would if you filed it in Colorado, because unless you're in Colorado, which I don't think is the case. But if you're not in Colorado and he files there, you contest jurisdiction, you can probably do it and request leave of the court to appear by like a phone call or something, since there's no reason for you to have to undergo the burden of flying into Colorado. So you're really looking at a filing fee, and you can maybe even get it waived and force him to pay it. Based on the ludicrousness of it, or he might have to pay you back, but it'd probably be a motion maybe to dismiss, maybe $100-$150.
Oh, that's okay. Well, let me ask you this: if I show up to court in a Labo armor with just underwear and glasses on, how's the judge going to look at
that? Depends on the judge. Sorry.
Does it depend on the judge?
I think they would not be too happy with it. They would probably ask you to leave and come back in at least street clothes.
Okay. All right. So you're saying Labo armor might not be the best approach for the first day?
Now, maybe what you could do is get on the People's Court or Judge Joe Brown or whatever, and then you can show up however you want.
Oh. Oh, God, too bad Wapner's not in the fucking thing anymore. I miss that. God, Judge Wapner and some Labo armor would be a nice combination.
Yeah, he would love it. He'd love it.
All right, well, thank you for coming out and discussing it. I know this is silliness. This guy is something else, but yeah, I wanted some hot legal takes. And just your live responses to his threats to basically release a phone call and make you a website.
Well, that's really polite of him. I'm the worst boomerist developers, and so I don't. So if he does one for me, that'd be great. And if he releases that phone call, I guess everyone will just have to see how I talk to people who are just trying to defend themselves.
Yeah, I thought it was really weird. Yeah, he kept harping on it like it was some big revelation. And I was like, well, I bet, he got the phone call, and he's like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, but that's the long and short of it. And then I talk to him. I'm stupid. I'll talk to people, I guess, when I'm just driving around because I didn't have anything else to do. But it was kind of interesting. So if he releases it, I'm definitely devastated. And all of my peers who don't already hate the fact that I go online and talk about the law while drinking whiskey will be really depressed at how I handled a phone call with a weirdo on the internet.
Oh yeah, it's career ruining, really. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the end of a legacy that you built up, but it had to happen sometime.
It did. It's all going down. Crash and burn.
All right. Well, thank you so much for popping on. Anybody that's interested in following up on the Vic stuff, it's Nick Rekieta, Rekieta Law on YouTube. I'll put a link up in the description.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
On the re-upload, because I usually pull these down afterwards. But good luck. Pray for me. I'm going to need it. I'll pray for you. Our prayers together, hopefully, will get us through this trying time.
Yeah, we're going to need all the prayer we can get.
Okay. All right. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, man. You too. Peace.
All right. Bye. All right. Well, that was Nick Rekieta. Give me the hot legal expertise on dealing with a Q-LARPer on the internet who's just running around threatening to sue everybody. Again, I'm now on that list, along with Drummer, PayPal, Google, Twitter, 7 Sweaty Men, Liquid Monty. Nick's on that list as well. I'm sure Josh will be on that list for daring to talk to him earlier. He'll get annoyed about that eventually and decide he's going to sue him. Everybody's getting sued. Everybody's getting sued. So we'll see how that turns out. Give me a moment to go grab a drink. I know I had super chats and stuff come through. I will read through those all and answer them. And then we'll close it up. Everybody can go have a nice weekend, and I can start preparing to be homeless, because apparently I'm just going to be struck with pot when the site decides that he's going to drink for hurting it because I love him. Of course, why wouldn't he do that? Put this up. Is that not going to scroll now? Oh, there we go. Oh, actually, you know what? I wanted to let me show this before I grab a drink. This was I'll just put it up. Here we go.
Now, our bully hunter has asked the Rosethorn live in-game who is harassing her, and our victim then immediately replied. Let's zoom in again on the bottom left-hand corner. Now, you see there, the tool connected these two, a victim with a bully hunter.
You're not an anti-bully. You are the bully.
I'm a meanie. I'm a big goddamn meanie. All right. Let me go grab a drink and then through the super little music background. Little music on while I go to do this. What should we listen? I know what we'll listen to. One moment. So if you got to take a piss, grab a drink.
What you fail to realize and what you fail to understand is exactly what's on here. And it's told many things with evidence that a part of the yes with witches and warlocks here. I know 3 that are Temple of Set cult members with evidence. And I'm going to say this again. Your egos have been bruised and battered badly. Because the woman who all of you gang stalked in her real life and abused the courts, that isn't me. But you still think it is. Because you're all head cases. This is why I call you the dummies. Reinforcements were called in. Reinforcements that I to video. UD's chat. Silent kept saying, and others, I thought you were done with this. I'm not going to allow any of you to knock me around and cower down to you. So you expect me to shut my mouth? You shouldn't. You know me better than that, don't you? You know I'm not going to do that. If you shut your mouths, I'll shut mine. So yes, this is true. You know, you're trying to intimidate me off of here. And yes, they'll use their little psychological warfare tactics. One of them, well, dogpiling. Nothing worked. Nothing is working for them. And this is why they're in a rage. because they tried to enact the wrong me, and it ended up the wrong one. So they're becoming more aggressive and more unhinged. Is angry. Again, it's you. And yes, it's very true that this all started. This connects to Betty W. I was introduced to her by someone, and I went in her chat. And anyone who would go into her chat would get doxxed, gang stalked in their real lives, all kinds of horrible things. And then when I left a comment in another YouTuber's channel, I was advised to. It was true, it brought them all out. But I wasn't told how dangerous and psychotic a lot of them are. Part of the psychological warfare tactics that they use is to constantly harass their prey for years by armies of them. And the things that they'll do to their prey, I can't believe. Like I said, it's just so inhumane. So I'm going to tell you again, this will get you nowhere, so you need to stop. I'm going to tell all of you again, accept defeat and move along. I don't can. Well, too bad, because you don't have a choice. Here's another thing I'm going to have to do now. I don't like being a cop caller. But this individual that left a comment on my channel, his police department and Jane Doe's police department must be notified, because if anything happens to the woman who they still believe me to be, I want an FBI agent to knock on his door. I want the FBI to knock on a lot of doors. Because it's common sense. When someone becomes this obsessed with someone, that they're capable of anything. And this is a death cult. When all of them accuse me of being part of a death cult, it's them. And they know that I know. And I can see through each and every single one of them as if they are glass. This is why they hate me. So we're all time. The army of dummies.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I'm here just to clarify something. As I said before, you've got various factions of people doing things. And I'm the one that they've all pulled shit on. But Yaxley just made a statement. Basically, in essence, what you said is, don't help Malibu because she always throws everyone under the bus. That's not what happened here. You threw me under the bus countless fucking times. I've been sitting over here for weeks defending you. You think these people watching the situation don't see how these attacks are coming at me, and you say nothing, Now you're really saying, because she can't be trusted just the same. while you're saying you care about Chang, while you're helping push somebody else into the grave? Is that how you do it? Just because I wasn't saying anything about you until the last week or so doesn't mean that people don't notice it. When the painfully obvious continues to go on, I'm gonna address it because it's the elephant in the room. Like a stream I did months ago where I said it's the Malibu in the room, the elephant in the room, the thing you don't want to discuss because you've all pulled shit on me, haven't you? Yeah. But don't, because I'm talking to Lycan, you don't want me to talk to Lycan. And this is what happened in the past. People will come to me and say that he goes to everyone and talks shit about me. Okay, so that was happening while I was defending him then when I thought we were allegedly friends. Now let's address begging for pornography. I call bullshit on that. I'd like to see that I can go look myself going back historically to see exactly what was said. But as I recall, and my recollection is quite fuzzy, that I was trying to convince Yaxley of what she was doing, and I wanted to give evidence to him. It was the only reason I would have wanted evidence like that, because he wasn't believing anything that I was sending, or look at this, look at this, look at this, and he was saying, no, those are all lies, because she had convinced him of that. Something to that effect. Is that exactly what happened? I can't tell you that's exactly what happened. That was a long time ago now. But I can tell you one thing, 100% on the eternal condemnation of my soul if I'm lying. I had no interest to see Tiffany's pornography. I find pornography to be vulgar and no interest in looking at it at all. I have no interest to be flicking my bean basically ever. Been celibate for 6 fucking years. I don't want porn. If I want porn, I can go on porn. I don't need Tiffany porn. You think that I went to that person and said, do you have her porn? Give it to me? No, I was told about the porn by her. So whatever you guys want to do, fucked up. You are allowing Penny and Tiffany and Katie to pull this shit on me, to lie about me endlessly, and you sit over there and say nothing. When I defended both of you in the last several months, that's how it's gone on. So I really have nothing else to say on the matter. Good on you. You've helped create content for somebody trying to get me to kill myself. So if that pleases you, if that's your intention, that's exactly what you've done. Where are we? Like you're under the bus. You threw me under the bus several times for Tiffany saying you would clear my name, which you never did. You sent me something. Your name will never be cleared now if I wasn't doing it your way, right? But you want to talk some shit on me? Is that what you'd like? I guess. Then you want to convince everybody that's watching this that I should not be helped because I throw everyone under the bus, which is exactly what Lisa Lay, Kit Stan, and Renee's whole fucking team is saying about me, which is bullshit. But you don't like the fact that you sit there silently while I'm being blamed for her losing her kids when you are the testimony. I did not. You have not done the right thing by me. Like ad infinitum, okay? When I told you they're coming to push me over the edge, you were silent. I sent several messages to you. You ignored me for months. Then when they were coming really hard, I said, you got blood on your hands, because obviously we know these people have been successful in bullying people to suicide, and you know exactly how despondent I've been. You never did you? It's you. But basically, if we're going on the assumption that Tiffany just came in and that and there was nothing else behind it, then you put me in harm's way with her because I was defending you against her, and she's been going, for me ever since this all started going down. I was telling you, Katie is shit, you should be talking to Tracy. Then Tracy starts defending Tiffany. That was totally left field. But then I'm the horrible person because I'm not going to sit there and defend her. That's what happened. So there was Tiffany went to the accident and said, why is Malibu accepting Kristen Excellence? The only way she could know that is if Kristen Excellence told her. Okay? So they threw me under the bus. They all have thrown me under the bus. And then not one of them gives a fuck what's being done to me here. And Yax is going to tell you to avoid me because I am the one that's going to throw you under the bus, not him. Okay. All right. I guess that's it. Like I said, the outcome will be as it is. You all have blood in your fucking hands.
We begin today with those shootings of 2 Jewish men as they left synagogues in the Pico Robertson neighborhood. Federal hate crime charges have been filed against the suspect.
Investigators say Jamie Tran has a history of anti-Semitic and threatening behavior. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay is live in the Pico Robertson area with the details. Sophie.
Halloween, a large is here throughout. They'll continue to this area throughout the week. Community members say they are relieved to know that suspect, 28-year-old Jamie Tran, is in custody.
This morning, prosecutors in my office filed federal hate crime charges against the man who allegedly committed these 2 horrific acts.
In 2 separate shootings, 2 Jewish men were shot leaving synagogues this week here in the Pico Robertson area. A man in his 40s shot Wednesday morning, and a man in his 70s shot Thursday morning.
Definitely does not make me feel safe, and also I would say it does not make me feel safe to go even to my temple.
Police arrested the suspect, 28-year-old Jamie Tran, in Riverside County Thursday evening. Authorities seized a rifle and a handgun. According to investigators, Tran has a history of anti-Semitism. Admitting to investigators, he looked up kosher markets on Yelp and decided to shoot someone in the area.
Anti-Semitism has no place in Los Angeles, no place in our country.
Thankfully, both victims are expected to survive, but this has shaken the community. Locals refer to this neighborhood as the center of the Jewish Orthodox community. There are 5 synagogues within 2 blocks. People have still been out and about running errands today, but those that live here say they're worried about safety.
We're always aware of our safety here, even though we're here in America. There's been anti-Semitism on the rise, unfortunately, and this is a very concentrated Orthodox Jewish neighborhood, but it's never 100%.
Tran is expected to make his first court appearance today. He could be facing life in prison if convicted.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
Oh, already got some comments down here. Welcome, welcome. Just gonna hang around because I'm early. But I just want to go back. I'm too far back. So welcome, Boomerang Girl, my purple flower. I guess it is afternoon there. It's about 10 to 10 here in Alaska. So welcome. Let's see what we can get going on today. Welcome, Darla. James. of stuff happening. It'd be a good time. In short, you know, if you guys got some dreams and visions that are really standing out, jot them down real quick. Because we're going to talk about a little bit about that. About people, dreams and visions, puzzle pieces, mysteries, put them all together. Let's praise you, God. I just welcome you here, Holy Spirit. And I have to apologize for yesterday's cancellation. I was helping some homeless people, and God was helping them. So I let them hang around for a few hours. So it kind of went right into the broadcast time. So talked about a little bit of that too. For those who are familiar with the angel base, get your spirits ready. Everyone, get your spirits ready. Welcome, Ron, Leone, Randy, my man. Glad to see you all here this morning. And I'm going to try to be positive. Got a little bit of scripture to read. God's taken me in a new direction where we're going to have to bring out a mothball as the trailblazer in your UFNOs. I am early, guys. So like I say, guys getting any dreams and visions? Lots of people are. We're going to discuss Eleone's dreams and visions that she's had. Some I've had. Some children have. And we're going to put the puzzle pieces together. And this is going right along with the lesson that God has for us. A new spirit war. It's awesome where God is headed. And just to be a part of it, I'm so honored that Father tells me things. I've been praying and asking too, the Lord, especially last night, about his plan, about, all right, now what's going on here? And putting the pieces together. I know something big is in the air. I think we all do. Welcome, Smacker, His Highness. Sorry. It's pretty awesome, you know, what God tells me, where we go, what I see, and what you see. And it really helps us to put it together, to share these. And I believe this is, in studying the original church that Paul established, I think these are the kinds of things these people did when they come together, you know, and God was leading all of them in the supernatural. And they would put all the pieces together because we're a body, we're one. And so it takes all of us. So even short encounters, whatever, if it goes along with today's message, email me. FloydT435@gmail.com. That's FloydT435@gmail.com. Because it's important. And to tell you the truth, I don't know if some of you will be coming along on this. Because this is a freelance kind of thing. But Father, I pray that all of your people, all over the face of the earth, spirit warriors, rise up and be a part of this battle. He hand chose us for these times and days. I want to talk about the homeless a little bit here in the beginning. More tragedies here in Alaska. What I'm surrounded with. Lots of tragedies. But day before yesterday, got a call from my youngest son, and Dad, somebody died in here. A homeless guy knocked on my door. I let him in, and he was freezing because it was really cold here. And I put him in the extra bedroom, but we don't have no heat. And so they put him a hot plate in there to try to help keep him warm. And anyway, he died. And my son was freaked out, as well as any of us would be. And so I went over there, and I went into the house, and my kid has a drug problem, so please pray for him. And this all it's just crazy. And so I went in, and he said he's up there in the room. So I went in, and he lay in the corner with a blanket over him, and he was dead. And so I immediately broke out in prayer over him and over his spirit and his soul to God, and cried out to God for him. And so I had to deal with that. This is a very dark place. The drug addiction, everything. And let me tell you something that a lot of you may not know. The cities, I'm talking about the state of Alaska, these medical facilities hand out heroin. They got my son addicted. They give him some kind of synthetic friggin' heroin like Oxycontin. And they can go down every day and they'll give it to him. What gives here? Man, I mean, guys, but this guy died in his house. And I took him and I made him watch the whole thing. I said, do you get it? You know, that could be you. I could have come over here and found you in the corner. So I pray to the Lord that this will help him, because your own government addicted him. Got him addicted. They call it, we'll give it to you and get you off of the slow. But they don't. They don't. This is all part of the spirit work of God. This is where the Lord's been leading me. Things that I see and do and am part of. You know about my grandson. So those are the bad things. But I want you to know the homelessness just wrecks my heart. And then a day after that, then here I have homeless people in this house because they have nowhere to go. So got them in a shelter. It's sad. So pray for the homeless. Have them on your heart, because I promise you God does. And I've just been crying out to the Lord for the homeless. Because that addiction, the whole addiction thing, because they yearn for the love of God. One encounter with the Master is one encounter with the Master, and you can never be the same. So with that said, we'll move on. Father, I pray for the homeless today, for the addicted. And I pray where you lead us in the spirit war, Lord, and make a difference and impact this world for your children, God, because it's not just mine. It's children of this world. It's the little ones, the unborn. There's no way I can leave planet Earth in this shape, Father. So I shall do in Jesus' name. Okay. That's my sad stuff. Now we're going to get into the good stuff. And don't let me forget, because sometimes the Holy Spirit will take hold of me. I want to do some dreams and visions after I read this one verse, because I want you to understand what God's doing, where God is taking us. And this is very important. So listen up. Sometimes I speak in tongues because it brings on the presence of God, because it just rises up inside of me, Father, your presence. Daniel chapter 10. Visions of a glorious man. I don't want to read the whole thing. You guys can go back. Let me find my spot here. Okay. Praise you, Jesus. So very important, folks, that the spirit warriors understand this. This is not for newcomers. This message is to the warriors, to the sons and daughters, the future shining ones. And man, I have a dream there too. Not me, but someone very close to me. Praise you, God. I was somewhere else. Suddenly a hand touched me, which made me tremble on my knees and on the palms of my hands. And he said to me, "O Daniel, man greatly beloved, understand the words that I speak to you, and stand upright." Because why? Daniel died in the presence of this man, of his angel. Stand upright, for I have now been sent to you. While he was speaking this word to me, I stood trembling. Then he said to me, "Do not fear, Daniel, for from the first day that you set your heart to understand and to humble yourself before your God, your words were heard. And I have come because of your words." Praise you, Lord. Very important part. "But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. So he was fighting for 21 days. He was a captive for 21 days. "But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. Behold, Michael, one of the chief princesses, came to help me, for I had been left alone there with the king of Persia. Now I have come to make you understand what will happen to your people in the latter days. For the vision refers to many days to come. Praise God. As the Lord's with me. What are we talking about here? This angel, or whoever it was who was dispatched to Daniel, said that he heard him soon as his heart and his mind, and he humbled himself before God and seeked after the truth. That's when this angel was dispatched, or whoever it was. So just see him. See him leaving the throne of God. Yes, sir, Lord God, Master. I'm going to go down there and help Daniel and go deliver this message. So boom, out of heaven he went into the void and into the second heaven, and he encountered demons. He encountered such pure evil that it took him captive, the Prince of Persia. Now go over to the book of Jude, which I'm not going to go over there. And he's talking about the book of Enoch and how these fallen angels, these watchers, left their post. And then the Lord showed me, because God went over this with me in the spirit realm. And the Lord showed me the atmosphere, evil universe, evil atmosphere. So how to explain the way the Lord showed me was with the space shuttle. With this angel, keep in mind, being held by the Prince of Persia. Wouldn't let him in. So when the space shuttle takes off and it goes, or a rocket, whatever, they don't have much problem breaking through the atmosphere into the universe, into the galaxy. Remember, keep all of this in mind. But coming back is a different story. We've lost several shuttles. We've lost a lot of craft trying to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. So I was seeing this as the Lord was showing me in my spirit, and I could see the atmosphere. And then the atmosphere turned into like a solid wall of evil entities in high places. Thousands upon thousands of them making up Earth's atmosphere to keep God's messengers in heaven out. So Michael had to come to rescue this messenger angel. So then the Lord showed me Michael and the armies of heaven fighting the Prince of Persia for this messenger to be and message to be delivered to Daniel. And the Lord said, this is exactly what is going on today. This battle still rages. And until my sons and daughters who walk the earth rise up in their spirits and counterattack from the rear to take down these entities in high places, you will not have the rolling up the heavens as a scrub. Do you understand. I don't know how to explain it as the Lord showed me. So he says, so you have a new spirit world to bring down entities in high places. And the Lord says, if my children are successful with this, then I will roll the heavens up as a scroll, because the two armies will meet. So, quite stunned, actually, right? It's pretty stunning to learn that Earth's atmosphere is really a wall of evil to keep God's messengers out. You think I'm strange? I'm a strange guy. And you got to see the timing of this too. The timing of God's messages. And I'm going to read a couple of more verses, and I'm going to move on to the dreams and visions of some of you and some others, and we're going to put these pieces together with what I'm telling you right now. So we're going to go over, praise God, Holy Spirit. I don't know if I'm doing very good, Lord. It's kind of hard. But you should be very excited, because we're going to do this. We're going to do this for God. We're going to do it all together. Okay, so I'm going to go over to Philippians. Let's do it. Man. Philippians chapter 2. I'm going to begin with verse 12. But before I do that, this one dream vision is from my 7-year-old grandson, Cooper. And it's quite a little vision encounter he had with Jesus. So he woke up probably 3 or 4 days ago, and he went running downstairs, hollering at his grandma, "Meemaw, meemaw." I had a dream. It's so real. It was so real. And she set him down and began to speak with him. And he described, I had these demons. These demons were all around me. And then this man showed up. Jesus showed up, because he's had dream visions before. This man, Jesus, he showed up and he took me by my hand. And all these demons were after me. It was the devil. He was after me. They were coming at me. And this man handed me this rod, kind of stone kind of thing. And he told me, anytime that these demons come after you, well, I'm probably going forward too much. Anyway, so he took Cooper by the hand and he led him away from Satan, Lucifer, whoever it was, Beelzebub, demons. But there were lots of them, and he was very afraid. So Jesus took him by the hand, and he said, and he took me to outer space. And he said, but we stopped, and there was, the earth looked like a round ball. And I didn't know what it was until I seen the globe at school. I seen that round ball at school. Grandmother said, you mean a globe? He says, yeah, a globe. We were standing, I seen the whole thing. It was like a globe. And then we were standing there, and they were approaching me. I was scared again. This man told me, he said, take this stone, and whenever they come after you, when it's too much to handle, throw this stone to the ground. Just throw it down. He said, let's try it. Let's practice. And so the Lord let go of his hand, and he stood there by himself as these demons and Satan approached him, he threw this stone to the ground, and it exploded. There was another entry, and he just walked through, and it closed behind him, and he picked the stone up. He said, then the man was with me again, and he said, anytime, just do this. So, and he also said, and I saw a lot of people on this globe, and a lot of them had a lot of demons with them. The demons weren't in them or on them, they were with them, and they were going to attack me, and I'd throw the stone down. So, but I also saw a lot of lights. A lot of people were shining like lights, and they had different colors of lights, and they had things across their chest, and they were wearing like a dress. They were shining out like lights. And I watched with this man, and he said some of the dimmer lights, they had to fight them. Some of them got carried away. But some of the brighter lights, the brighter the light, the easier it was for them to send these demons away, until I saw the brightest light out there, and he just pointed before the demons even got there, and they ran. So the Lord was showing my 7-year-old grandson, he was having fear training. He was fear training a 7-year-old boy. The Lord chooses, I don't. Definitely fear training. But he was seeing something. God, there's just so much to a vision. A vision is a gift that keeps on giving. And it does. So I wanted to share that little story. And then I have some others. But I want to read this verse now that I read you that I told you the story. Verse 12, the heading is Believers Shine Like Lights in the World. My beloved ones, just like you've always listened to everything I've taught you in the past, I'm asking you now to keep following my instructions as though I were right there with you. Now you must continue to make this new life fully manifested as you live in the holy awe of God, which brings you trembling into His presence. God will continually revitalize you, planting within you the passion to do what pleases Him. And he goes on to talk about a cheerful life. I think I got those. Oh. It's shine like lights. Just praise God. Just taking me places, folks. Ephesians chapter 2. And His fullness fills you, even though you were once like corpses, dead in your sins and offenses. It wasn't that long ago that you lived in the religion customs and values of this world, obeying the dark ruler. I want you to pay attention to this after what I told you about the atmosphere. Obeying the dark ruler of the earthly realm, who fills the atmosphere with his authority and works diligently in the hearts of those who are disobedient to the truth of God. Basically, I want you to see there, I think I had a booger. The evil atmosphere, they called it right there. Earthly realm fills the atmosphere with his authority. So I just wanted to do that to establish the spirit wars that I'm going on to show you. So what are we going to attack? The atmosphere, this wall of darkness. The Lord said, if you're successful, what are we going to do? I don't know yet. But I know we're going to do it. So, some dreams and visions. So, Elione, she's got a channel, and you guys that don't subscribe, you probably should. But she emailed me a vision that she had. And she was on a UFO spacecraft. I promise you guys, whether you believe or not, the kingdom of heaven, there exist many, many UFOs. They're not really called UFOs, or call them godly craft, whatever. And they're going to be a part of this. They're going to be a big part of the day of the Lord. And they're a big part of what's going on now. So anyway, she was on a UFO, a craft, a ship. And she was there with a lot of people. Now, this is what stands out to me about her dream. They were kind of like in chaos, and she had a uniform on, kind of like a Jedi warrior. Sergeant Major Smacker there, she also has dreams and visions of uniforms with stripes on them, rank. So really, Elione, the thing to say to you about it is you've just been recruited in the spirit wars. And that's why your uniform looks like a Jedi uniform. It's because you're a rookie. You're a recruit. So you've just been recruited into the spirit wars in this dream vision you had, number one. Number two, she saw a lot of people who are alive and walking the face of the earth today. They were on the craft, and they were kind of like probably shocked at where they were at. So that's what stands out to me about her dream more than anything. UFO, hey, it is what it is. We have them on the angel base, right, Randy? I can't see without my glasses, so I'll read y'all's comments here shortly. So her dream and vision stands out to me as that there were people there in chaos, kind of shell-shocked, and she was kind of in charge, trying to calm them down, and you know, so that's what stands out. Now me, I've had several here lately about these same kind of things. So just the other night, I was taken somewhere, and there stood one of my cousins. And, you know, a man's man kind of guy, country boy, you know, drop of a hat, he'll fight, you know, just whatever. You know the kind of guy I'm talking about. And a believer, but not a religious person or anything, just a sinner, just like me. It's grace and God chooses. I don't choose. He was standing there in a flannel shirt, and he likes to wear jewelry, but he didn't have no jewelry on. He didn't have a hat on. He was just there in a pair of pants and a flannel shirt. And he was standing there against a rock cliff, and he was startled. And I walked up, and there were other people there too, but I was focused on him. And so I walked up, and he just looked at me, and said, "What do we do now? Like, where are we at?" And I just said to him, I said, "Just be calm. He will come." And that was the end of that. So, and then a few days before that, I saw you beautiful ladies in the kingdom of heaven again. And so I saw this lady. I met her, actually, and spoke with her. And she had the most beautiful dress on. And I thought she was about to get married, like the bride of Christ. And it wasn't the case, because she didn't have a veil on. She didn't have a train on the dress, but she had the most beautiful dress on. And she was holding a bouquet of flowers, like maybe the friend of the bride, or bridesmaid, something like that. But then I even got more on that, and it wasn't even that. It was just the love that this person had and the beauty that they had. So I was blessed to see that and to meet that person. So, Elione, your dream is, I was laughing at you whenever you were telling me on your podcast to be strong, to get strengthened up. I've got plenty of strength. It's just God's, the Holy Spirit's very gentle. And if he's interrupted when I'm doing a podcast and he's with me, giving me revelations, which this is how he works. If he's interrupted, he'll leave. And I'm sitting there going, bubble, 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 bubble. So the Holy Spirit's very gentle. And I really don't have much privacy. And so that's the biggest issue with the podcast. And if the Lord doesn't give me anything, then I ain't got anything. And then the Lord gave me a little bit after showing me. He began to show me about rolling up the heavens as a scroll, as you'll find in the book of Revelations. If you guys will rise up and be successful in fighting from the inside out and meeting Michael and uniting, it's going to pop the heavens up. It'll be rolled up as a scroll. So that's a pretty big order, right? But in the beginning of my spirit wars, almost 11 years ago, whenever I began to learn how to travel on midnight, how to come and go in the spirit realm, how to ride midnight into the universe and into the kingdom, I passed this planet. And I looked over, and I just tell you, it was Mars. And I looked over from midnight's back, and this has been 11 years ago, and I saw an American flag planted in the soil of Mars. And I saw these pods of like civilization, like this little civilization of, a camp with all these igloo looking things like trying to grow stuff. And I pondered it, but I was told now is not the time. And that was 11 years ago. And so as the Lord was showing me the universe and the atmosphere vision, I passed by and I looked at Mars, and he said, Mars is now open to you. I said, but Lord, isn't our battle just on Earth? Isn't it for planet Earth? And I can understand the atmosphere and everything, but to take Earth back, don't we have to fight just on Earth? He said the entities, and he took me to Book of Jude and so many other places. The entities in high places, they don't just rule from Earth. They rule from other places. So he said Mars, and what you saw 11 years ago, is now open to you. And so when he said that, I began to see the honeycomb of Mars, the domes of Mars. So that's where the Spirit Wars is headed. And so I have to wait for more from the Lord to give to you guys on this. But this is where we're headed. So if you're a believer, if you're a newcomer to the Spirit Wars, pray. Pray for the Lord to enlighten you to the truth of everything. So it's going to get exciting up in here. The future. I know there were some other dreams and visions I wanted to cover, but let me go back and read a few comments. Yeah. Randy says, I was watching the Battlestar Galactica, the plan where they destroy the Earth last week, and it's amazing how the Spirit speaks to us of what's coming on this world, watching the sci-fi movies. Amen? Yep, I remember that show, Battlestar Galactica. Lonnie says, thanks, you're welcome. Rookie, you're the new rookie. If I should tell y'all, I think I must have other messages. Let me just go back. I'm kind of reading in the verse. And welcome to all of you. I'm going to skip all of that. And Randy says, get it going on, Pastor. I ain't a pastor. I'm a warrior. Pleasure. Thank you. His Highness, I need a break from physics. I bet you did. In school. Sergeant Major Smacker. Hi, Blazer. Hello, everyone. Becky says, amen. His Highness, good man. Elione, let's do it. Praise God. Smacker, failure to is not an option for the Spirit Warriors. This is the most exciting challenge. Praise God. Yeah. Get the old loved up, gassed up. Better put some super unleaded in her. And Randy says it's like a one-way check valve. We need to go out and to get the flow going. Teach us, Holy Spirit. Amen. His Highness says, I'm all in. Good. Good. You can use a horse. You can use whatever you want, guys, in the Spirit to conduct these battles. But the main thing is just let what I've told you resonate in your spirit and let the Holy Spirit lead you. Smacker says, congratulations, Elione, on being recruited to God's army. Well done, man. The Lord will reach out, grab a hold of you, and he will promote you pretty fast if you seek him. Seek after these things, and he'll give you dreams and visions. And that's the thing about these dreams and visions that I was reading. The correlation to all of it. Cooper saw the shining ones and the evil. He saw what he was seeing was the rolled up scroll. The rolled up scroll of the heavenly realm, where it meets the flesh, meets the spirit. That's what the Lord was showing me. And I have no doubt that one day he'll give Cooper that stone. Well, he already gave it to him. But this is going to happen. He's preparing this young boy for the future. so he won't be so shell-shocked. He'll remember. All of the remembrance of his vision will come back. And so will yours, and so will mine, and all of it. And the heavens are snapped open as a scroll. But these people, our cousins, our loved ones that we see in these visions, and they're startled, find them startled somewhere. What's it all pointing to? I tell you, it's pointing to the hour of the power. At the moment that Jesus, what the church would call rapture, I don't like to call it that because it's not really what the church calls it. It's not right. You're seeing what God's going to do with these people. He's moving them somewhere. And then he's going to appear, and in the twinkling of an eye, he's going to change us. And he's going to make warriors out of them. And he's going to turn around and send them back to earth as immortals. This is what it is. They're gathered here. This is not the church being moved into the wilderness. This is preludes that. I'm always there when I have these to calm these people down, to make them feel comfortable and not afraid. And it's always, he's coming. The Lord is coming. And whenever he gets here, and then the people turn to excitement about they're about to meet the Lord. Then it dawns on them what has happened. That's what I see when you put all these together. They weren't dead people. It wasn't her mother. It wasn't these kind of people that we're seeing. It's people that walk the earth today that we know, that God has chosen for some reason. Chose me for some reason too. I don't know. But this is what's happening, and this is how you put the puzzle pieces together. That's why it's so important. I mean, I wish we were all together all the time, you know. And it's what we all want. We want to get on with this, you know. That's what I pray. Lord, could we please get on with this? My body ain't doing exactly great. But then you read the scriptures, and it's just like right there. That's what I wanted to get into Daniel more on chapter 10, and maybe we will in the future. But just to cover some of it, after that angel comes, Daniel died. He died at the very presence of this angel. Well, I can tell you, after I do one of these podcasts, and after the Holy Spirit goes away, sometimes his spirit is so intense that I'm just completely exhausted and I have no strength to do anything else. And that's the truth. And it feels like death. And that's what you feel like, that you can't stand. And sometimes with the Lord, it's the same way. And what are you encountering? You're really encountering exactly what Daniel was encountering. Daniel died. And if you'll read on in Daniel a little bit, chapter 10 of what I was saying, you'll read it right there. He said, I fell down. I wasn't even alive. I was dead. And Jesus touched me and he revived me. I stood up. And so sometimes when the Holy Spirit comes upon you, it's very, very powerful. And people say, why don't God just come down here and do something? Well, I'll tell you what. If God's fingernail or toenail even cracked this realm, we'd all be dead. You'd be dead. You cannot stand in his presence. So it's quite awesome. Quite awesome. So when you encounter God in these ways, that Don't be surprised if you don't die a time or two, or 7 or 8, or whatever. It's all about the spirit, guys. It's all about the spirit. You have to be a spiritual being. I'm going back to the spirit wars. My teaching days, they about over. Because we have to rise up. And it's the Spirit of God is flowing across the land, even in the spiritualist and the political realm. Everybody's telling you it's a spiritual war. It's a spiritual war. It is a spiritual war, 100%. But it's going to manifest into the fleshly. And this is where God is leading me in the spirit wars. So when I get more on it, I'll give it to you. I won't be hanging around Alaska too much longer. I know when it's time to go. So I'm about out of here. God bless y'all. Pray for me, please. Pray for my strength. Gonna make it. So I hope you enjoyed the show, enjoyed the podcast. If you don't know Jesus, invite him in today and get started in the spirit wars. That's what I would tell you. Amen. Okay. God bless you, folks. This is Blazer. You gone.
You're listening to an AI Introducer podcast from the South China Morning Post.
Everyone's talking about the latest AI sensation, ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, which is owned by Microsoft, has taken the tech world by storm.
Maybe you've heard of it. If you haven't, then get ready, because this promises to be the viral sensation that could completely reset how we do things.
It's a popular online chatbot which is powered by artificial intelligence.
They're excited by it.
It's gaining popularity for its ability to craft emails, write research papers, and answer almost any question in a matter of seconds.
It can pass exams, compose poems, even write code.
You can have it read police reports. You can have it see if witnesses gave contradictory testimony.
What this technology could really enable, and has already started enabling us, is to suddenly suggest things that we might not be thinking of at all.
Being with AI is going to completely change what people can expect from search.
They're afraid of it.
The big change is the existence of a paragraph is no longer evidence of human thought.
The potential for cheating, causing a growing number of school districts to ban artificial intelligence on school devices.
There are concerns around deception and potential uses for fraud, but I think that that's sort of only the tip of the iceberg here.
There's another problem too. Many tech companies, now in the cold light of day, they're cutting their staff.
ChatGPT, a tool designed to help humanity, could ultimately hurt it.
They're seeing if you notice the difference between what a human writes and what an AI can write.
ChatGPT, is it possible to spot AI-generated text?
Can you tell which magazine is an AI-generated photo?
Can you tell the difference between a Year 6 student and AI?
Bot or not?
So what's happening in China? And more to the point, what are China's big tech companies doing to catch up with Microsoft and ChatGPT? That's what we're going to find out in this episode of the Inside China podcast. Hi, my name is Xinmei Shen. I'm a tech reporter for the South China Morning Post here in Hong Kong. The latest reports are that more than 1 million people have joined the wait list to get access to the new ChatGPT-powered version of the Microsoft search engine Bing. And in China, a research note recently issued by industry analysts at UBS says more than 100 million people in mainland China have accessed ChatGPT in the past 2 months, which is pretty good for something that's not being made officially available to China. And no, it's not being censored or actively blocked. In fact, tens of millions of people on Chinese social media, particularly Weibo, are all asking very similar questions to what's being asked right now in the US, Europe, and Australia. Hashtags like, Will ChatGPT replace teachers? And 10 professions that could be replaced by ChatGPT have received hundreds of millions of views. And one particular quote by a famous American academic, a man known as the father of modern linguistics, received more than 50 million views.
ChatGPT is basically high-tech plagiarism. It's a system that accesses an astronomical amount of data and finds regularities, strings them together, looks more or less like what somebody could have written on this topic. Basically plagiarism, just happens to be high-tech.
That's the voice of Noam Chomsky, speaking on a YouTube channel called EduKitchen. And his concerns reflect the concerns of many people about how this new AI revolution is going to disrupt education and pretty much everything else, including people working in journalism and journalists making podcasts. How about I introduce you to 3 new voices, all generated by AI? There's been a few media organizations and podcasts using ChatGPT right now to write a podcast script or write news articles. So let's take that a step further. My colleague Coco Feng in Beijing has just asked ChatGPT to generate some questions and answers about how ChatGPT works. But first, we're going to use the text-to-music AI system from a company called Refusion to give us some background music. Let's make it pretty easy. Let's type in the words computers talking. Okay, that sounds not annoying. Now let's find some text-to-voice AI systems. We're going to use something called PlayHT to voice the AI answers.
Hello, Xin Mei. Let's do this. Are you ready?
Yes, indeed. Let's begin. ChatGPT, can you give us some examples of the kinds of tasks that people might use you for?
Sure. I can be used for a wide range of language tasks, including language translation, text summarization, question answering, and even creative writing. Essentially, any task that requires the use of written language is something that I can help with.
And can you talk a little bit about the technology that makes ChatGPT work?
Absolutely. I'm based on a technology called a transformer network, which is a type of artificial neural network that's designed to process sequential data. In my case, that sequential data is text. The transformer network allows me to analyze large amounts of text and learn patterns and relationships between words and phrases. This allows me to generate responses to text prompts that are both accurate and natural sounding.
That's interesting. But can you talk a little bit about some of the limitations of your technology?
Sure. Well, I can generate responses to a wide range of text-based prompts. There are still some limitations to my abilities. For example, I don't have the ability to understand the world in the same way that humans do. I can't see or hear, so I can't generate responses to prompts that require visual or auditory understanding. Additionally, while I can generate creative responses to text prompts, I don't have emotions or a personal perspective like humans do, so my creative output can sometimes lack the depth and nuance of human-generated content.
So let's get some humans to tell us how this latest tech revolution is being received in mainland China. Coco Feng and Ben Jiang are 2 of my colleagues on the SCMP Tech Desk. They're based in Beijing, and they've been reporting on the hype around ChatGPT as well as how China's big tech companies are racing to catch up. Hi, Coco. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Shumei.
Hello. Let me start by asking you both. How would you describe the reaction to ChatGPT in China? We've seen how Google was shocked by Microsoft taking the lead in this technology. What kind of response are you hearing from China's big tech companies?
So there have been a lot of sensational talks about ChatGPT developments in China as well. I tuned into this online webinar hosted by a local news portal. So one of the things that captured my mind from that channel is there are some experts comparing the advent of ChatGPT to the moon landing moment. This is what Yuan Junhui, a computer scientist and also a founder of Beijing-based startup OneFlow, said. Only humans develop language capabilities. That is the jury atop the crown of human intelligence. And the natural language processing capability demonstrated by ChatGPT is like the jury atop the crown of artificial intelligence. This is why they're comparing this to the moon landing moment. I think for them ChatGPT might be a small step for AI bots, right? But that's actually a huge step forward for the whole AI industry. So that's where the comparison is coming from, I guess. And then there have been a lot of companies rushing to making announcements about their products, baking similar services into their product offerings. Well, some of them actually have years of technology investments and resources poured into this industry, like Baidu. But some other companies are just hijacking the news. I think that's one company that I think I remember, the luxury e-commerce company. They put out an announcement that they're gonna integrate this kind of ChatGPT services into their website, which is an e-commerce website where you buy luxury items. So they didn't really elaborate on how they're gonna seriously baking this into their service. But I think their stock price rose by more than 120% on the news. That's the hype. So other than Shiku, which is trying to hijack the news, but Baidu, is launching their Ernie bot, or Wenxin Yi in Chinese, integrating the service into their search engine, which is similar. I think it is similar to how Microsoft integrated ChatGPT into Bing. So that's Baidu, and then Tencent said they have some technology reserve or accumulation in this area, but didn't really elaborate on what they're gonna do. I think Coco has more information on this as well.
Coco, would you mind helping us unpack a bit more about Baidu's announcement for Ernie bot?
They only said that they are going to complete the internal test in March, but didn't really give us a time of when it will be officially available to the public. Besides Baidu, there are other companies that are working on similar stuff, including Alibaba, which is the owner of this SMP. They said they are testing a ChatGPT-like service that takes advantage of its years of research in large language models. And JD.com, it's another e-commerce giant. It said it will release an industrial version of ChatGPT, which is called ChatJD, which will be used in the fields of retail and finance. And also NetEase is a big gaming company. It said recently that it will embed a ChatGPT-like service into one of its upcoming mobile games, but we don't know what it will look like. And also Wang Huiwen, who is the co-founder of Meituan. It's the biggest food delivery company in China, but he already quit the company in 2020. He said that he will form China's alternative to OpenAI. The company will be valued at $200 million, and he personally has already invested $50 million in this project.
There's obviously a lot of hype about this, but Coco, I think there's a pretty important detail about Meituan's Wang Huiwen's announcement for his version of OpenAI.
Right, he's posting a job ad everywhere, but he admits that he doesn't know AI technology and is right now just studying it. So he's gonna take care of the money part, and he's trying to attract talents to take care of the technology part.
And can I pick up something mentioned in one of your latest stories? There was a white paper published just this week saying that Beijing is home to the largest number of AI enterprises and talents in China. But I also seem to remember a similar hype around blockchain. What would be some of the differences here?
I guess there are two different perspectives we can look at this. Well, we can see Beijing publishing this white paper saying it's gonna pledging to support local companies developing ChatGPT similar services, right? But this is actually if you look at the upside, it's better Beijing throw its weight behind the companies instead of cracking them down. Right, after 3 years of technology crackdown, I think this is a positive sign. Despite anything, regardless whatever, maybe it's a hype, maybe it's not. We cannot draw that conclusion for now. But it's better Beijing supports something instead of cracking it down. That's one way to look at it. The other way is if we go over all those central government documents and policies unveiled in the past few years, there's always a mention of AI and chip. chip and AI. So that's like a different level of significance for Beijing to try. They're actually trying to rival the US on AI and chip.
Since we're talking about chips, can we also talk about the US efforts of containing China's access to chips? How would that affect China's AI efforts?
I had an interview with the local VC yesterday. I also asked them the same question, whether, this US inhibiting China's access to advanced chips while impacting the development of ChatGPT and also in similar AI technology in China, because developing or training ChatGPT or its language models requires a lot of computing power. So what they said is maybe there's a day like that in the future, but for now they don't see this is something we need to worry about. And overall, they said there's a trend of the AI companies trying to lower the cost for training AIs, meaning maybe they're gonna use some more cost efficient thing, use less powerful on chips in general. You can just you want to achieve this cost and efficient balance. You don't want to always use this chips. It's gonna consume up a lot of energy or computing power. So maybe something like that would never happen. They don't know that for now.
Coco, one of the things we know that China is really good at is collecting data from the citizens, and huge amounts of data is what's required to develop AI. But we also know that China has heavy restrictions on what can be said or written. So what does that mean for China's version of ChatGPTs? How are Chinese tech companies going to develop their own ChatGPT style technology?
I think for Chinese developers, they have to do it very carefully. They have to be innovative, but also play with rules at the same time. There isn't any available Chinese version of ChatGPT from the big tech companies, but there's one startup that they launched their version in January, and they claim it to be the first Chinese version of ChatGPT. The interesting point is that their service was suspended last week, and we talked to the founder of this startup. He said that they are going to bring in more reviews. He didn't mention the word censorship, but they are going to bring in more reviews of the content and also human content moderators before they can relaunch the service. In our interview with him, he especially said that it's different in China compared with overseas because the service needs more layers of filtering and processing in terms of text review. And also the other challenge that he mentioned about developing a ChatGPT alternative in China is that there's not enough material in the Chinese language available for them to train a model like that.
Yeah, chatbots do have a fairly interesting history in China. Ben, can you recap for us the story about a previous AI chatbot that Microsoft launched in China?
So Microsoft, which is the backer of OpenAI as well, they launched this Chinese chatbot called Xiaobing or Little Eyes that was launched almost a decade ago, and then it was put from Tencent's QQ, the messaging app, because when it was prompted to answer, what is your China dream? And then the Xiao Eyes responded, my China dream was moving to the United States, and was put from the Tencent messaging app. This is an example of content moderation or content censorship in China.
Since 2020, Beijing launched a campaign to crack down on big tech companies. But what's the mood like now in China tech industry, with this whole hype around ChatGPT?
I think it's been the first good news for China's AI company in years. After, most of the company have trouble making profits. Before this kind of ChatGPT service, their only profitable business was to sell the surveillance cameras to the government. And they had experienced the 2019-2020 US entity list. Many of the giants have trouble accessing the US semiconductor technology. And now there is finally another hype for them to ride on. So it's a good opportunity now.
ChatGPT was developed by an American startup, but it can answer questions in Chinese. So what do we think could come next? Will China's Great Firewall work in Baidu's favor to block its Western competitors, or is it possible that Baidu will enter the English language market as well? What do we think might happen next?
Well, speaking of Baidu entering another market, I remember Baidu launched a Japanese venture. They have this Japanese search engine, but it never really took off. And language or a Chinese language and English language are so distant from each other. Like I'm Chinese, but I can understand a lot of Japanese characters, so I can figure out some of the content there. I think that's my thinking was actually one of the things maybe rationale backing Baidu's move to Japan. They may be thinking that there's some similarities in the language, but for English, I think it's something definitely totally different. So I don't really see Baidu going to maybe another language market for now. And there have been some talks about the difficulty for Chinese AI companies to develop ChatGPT services or training language models, because I heard a webinar by a AI and business analytics professor. So she was talking about why it's so hard for Chinese companies to train their language models. English language is descriptive. What Chinese is pictograph, right? Each word has different meanings, and this is actually same hurdle for search engine as well. It's easier for AI models to understand English, and it's harder for them. It's more a guessing game for them to understand Chinese. So maybe I think this uniqueness in the language of Chinese will stop Baidu from jumping into another language market for a long time before they can maybe well versed in their own market.
Coco, can I ask, what do people in China think about Baidu's latest announcement for Ernie Bot? What do people expect, and what do you expect?
I think me and my friends around me are very much looking forward to it, and we can't wait to use it and see if it's as good or worse or better than ChatGPT, and how does it work with the Chinese language, and will it do some evil things as ChatGPT did? Yeah, there is a lot to expect.
Ben Jiang, Coco Feng, thank you very much.
Thanks, Xumei.
Thank you.
So where to next for AI? We haven't even touched on all the other industries where Chinese-designed AI has already been rolled out, from autonomous cars to facial recognition systems to screening court documents in China's legal system. There's a lot to talk about, and you can always take the deep dive into everything we've reported so far on China's AI industry development at scmp.com. And there's a lot more to come on the ChatGPT story as well. Just as we stepped into the studio to record this episode, we saw the latest headline on The Verge.
Microsoft's Bing is an emotionally manipulative liar, and people love it.
With a line that
users have been reporting all sorts of unhinged behavior from Microsoft's AI chatbot. In one conversation with The Verge, Bing even claimed it spied on Microsoft's employees through webcams on their laptops and manipulated them.
There's a huge amount of hype surrounding ChatGPT in China right now, and there's a lot more to come, especially with the unveiling of Baidu's Ernie Bot in March.
Hi there, Bert. Oh, hi, Ernie.
My name is Xumei Shen. Thanks for listening. Bye for now.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I've enjoyed your work with the Twitter file. I enjoy all your work, but I really have enjoyed the Twitter files. That has been some really fascinating views behind the curtain.
It's been one of the weirder, more surreal experiences of my life because, you know, as a reporter, you're always kind of banging away to try to get one little piece of reality, right? Like you might make 30 or 40 phone calls to get one sentence. The Twitter files is, oh, by the way, here, you know, take a laptop and look at 50,000 emails, you know, full of all kinds of stuff. And so it's, you know, for somebody like me, it's like a dream come true. We get to see all kinds of things, get the answers to questions that we've had for years, and it's been really incredible.
Has anything been surprising to you?
A little bit. I think going into it, I thought that the relationship between the security agencies like the FBI and the DHS and companies like Twitter and Facebook, I thought it was a little bit less formal. Like I thought maybe they had kind of an advisory role. And what we find is that it's not that. It's very formalized. They have a really intense structure that they've worked out over a period of years, where they have regular meetings. They have a system where the DHS handles censorship requests that come up from the states, and the FBI handles the international ones, and they all float all these companies, and it's a big bureaucracy, and I don't think we expected to see that.
It's very bizarre to me that they would just openly call for censorship in emails and these private transmissions, but ones that are easily duplicated. You could send them to other people. It can easily get out. Like that, they're so comfortable with the idea that the government should be involved in this censorship of what turns out to be true information, especially when in regards to the Hunter Biden laptop, that they would be so comfortable that they would just send it in emails.
Yeah. Well, I think that shows you the mentality, right?
Yeah.
Like that they really genuinely felt that they were impregnable, that they don't have anybody to answer to. I mean, a normal person doesn't put incriminating things in emails because we all have the expectation that someday it might come out, but these folks didn't act that way. I mean, you see, I was especially shocked by an email from a staffer for Adam Schiff, the congressperson, the California congressman. And they're just outright saying, we would like you to suspend the accounts of this journalist and anybody who retweets information about this committee. I mean, this is a member of Congress, right? Most of these people have legal backgrounds. They've got lawyers in the office for sure. And this is the House Intelligence Committee. You would think they would have better operational security. Another moment that was shocking to me, there's an email from an FBI agent named Elvis Chan in San Francisco to Twitter, and they're setting up this signal group, which is going to include all the top sort of censorship executives at all the big companies. And it's a Word document that has all the phone numbers of all these important executives. And the email the subject line reads, phone numbers, right? And then the Word doc is just called secret phone numbers, right? And I'm thinking, this is how they taught you to do it at Quantico? Really? I mean, even a journalist can't miss that. You know what I'm saying? Like, call it something else. I don't know. That part of it was amazing.
So strange. It's so strange to get such a peek. Because I don't think anybody ever anticipated that something like this would happen, where Twitter would get sold to an eccentric billionaire who's intent on letting all the information get released.
Yeah, I mean, I think Elon Musk essentially, he spent $44 billion to become a whistleblower of his own company.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't really fully know his motives in doing that. I think he's got a pretty developed sense of humor, though.
Yeah.
And that comes through. I think he gets a kick out of seeing all this stuff come out on Twitter, which used to be the private stomping ground of all of these whiny journalists. And now here is all this information that is just horrifying to all of them. I mean, $44 billion is a lot to spend on that thrill, but I'm glad he did.
Well, he truly believes that censored social media is a threat to democracy. He really believes that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I believe it too.
Yeah.
I just don't have $44 billion.
Right.
And even if I did, I'd be like, I don't want that heat.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that's what I would spend it on, but no, he believes that. I think he also believes that the credibility of these companies can only be restored by telling people what they talk about in private, or what they have been talking about, with the government and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So he might be right about that. We'll see, I guess.
I think he is. I mean, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. There's an amazing amount of resistance against him, and there's just the publicity campaign against him has been fascinating to watch. People go from thinking that Elon Musk is the savior that's bringing us these amazing electric cars and engineering new reusable rockets to he's an alt-right piece of shit who wants Donald Trump back in the office. And it's like, it's very wild.
The speed with which they can sort of shuffle somebody into the Hitler of the Month Club routine, right? Like, you know, we've always done this with foreigners, you know, whether it's Noriega or Saddam Hussein or Milosevic or Assad or whatever it is. Like, we have a playbook for cranking out negative information about, you know, foreigners who get in our way for whatever reason. But now we've kind of refined that technique for domestic people who are inconvenient. You know, I think they did it with Trump, obviously. You know, they try to do it with Tucker Carlson, with you. You know, I mean, you got a taste of that for a few times.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Right, and then, you know, with Elon, he went from being the guy who made electric cars sexy to, like, you know, something to the right of Viktor Orban in like 10 seconds. It's amazing.
It is amazing, and the narrative is spread through progressive people. Well, they'll just say it now. It's like they've reached the memo, the memo's got to them, and then they just, I hear people in LA, I hear people that I know, like, oh, Elon's just so crazy. It's like something happened to him. He went nuts and he's a right-winger now. Like, how? What are you saying? Like, what examples do you have? Like, they don't have an example. They just have this narrative that reached them, the signal. Like, Elon bad now. Oh, right. Elon bad now. Elon bad now. Elon bad now. And they just start saying it. And you go, like, what examples are you using of, like, his behavior? Well, he let Trump back on the platform. Okay, well, the Taliban's there.
Right, yeah, exactly.
You don't have a problem with the Taliban? The Taliban just bought blue check marks. Do you know that?
Did they really?
Yes.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, they're buying blue check marks so they could be verified. The real terrorist. The fucking Taliban is on, and nobody has a problem with it. The CCP's on Twitter.
Right.
Nobody has a problem with it.
Right.
But they say, like, Trump, they'll let Trump back on. Look, Trump is hilarious. He's a ridiculous person. But don't you think it's better that his tweets get out there and then a bunch of people get to attack him in the tweets? And if those tweets that people attack him with are good, if people are saying good things, then those things get retweeted and liked, and then they rise up to the top of the algorithm. It's all good. Like, you need a voice against someone like that. You can't have that guy howling into the wind on some QAnon forum and all those wackos just so they're only talking to each other with no pushback at all. If you really don't like Trump, you want him on Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want that guy to have some pushback. You want people to be talking against what he's saying. You want Twitter, the real Twitter now, which will actually fact check everybody. They fact check Biden, right? They'll fact check him. So if he says something stupid, they'll go, no, that's not what's true. Here's what's true.
Right. And
that would be good.
And that was actually, for a while, Twitter's official policy. They had something called the public interest policy, which specifically laid out exactly what you said. Like, when a world leader, no matter who it is, says anything, we want it to be out there because we want it to be debated. We want people to see it. We want people to talk about it. We want people to reach conclusions about it. And one of the things that we found in the Twitter files was, after January 6th, there was this intense debate within the company where they were basically saying, oh, thank God we're going to repeal the public interest policy, or we're going to poke a hole in it, right? And no longer have that belief system that just because somebody is a world leader, we need to hear what they have to say. So they invented a new policy called glorification of violence, or they called it that. And essentially what they said was you had to look at Trump not in terms of each individual tweet, but in terms of what they called the context surrounding his whole career, all the people who followed him, whether or not they were violent, whether or not they said the things that were offensive. It's like the speech version of stochastic terrorism. I don't know if you ever heard that term. It's stochastic terrorism is this idea that you can incite people to violence by saying things that aren't specifically inciting, but are statistically likely to create somebody who will do something violent, even if it's not individually predictable. And that's what they did with Trump. They basically invented this concept that, yes, he may not have actually incited violence, but the whole totality of his persona is inciting. So we're going to strike him. And so they sort of massively expanded the purview of things they can censor just in that one moment. And it's you can see it in these dialogues how they came to that decision, which is just fascinating.
And they've never come out and said we were misinformed. That is not the case. There really wasn't this crazy collusion between Russia and Donald Trump, and in fact there was some information that seems to point to that Hillary Clinton had involvement with Russia too, and that they've kind of all had involvement with Russia. And that this wasn't some grand conspiracy to elect a Russian puppet as the president of the United States. Sorry.
Yeah, it was a 3.5 year sort of mass hysteria experiment, right? And I mean, this is one of the things. It's one of the reasons I got kind of quietly moved out of mainstream journalism, right? Like, I didn't have a particular problem at Rolling Stone, but I early on in the Trump years, I said there's something wrong with the story. I think there are elements of it that aren't provable. I don't think we should be running this stuff, And then before I knew it, I was working independently. But anyway, at the Twitter files, we're finding stuff that now tells you absolutely like what actually the truth was during that time. Like, for instance, one of the big Russiagate stories was from early 2018 when Devin Nunes, remember he was the Republican congressman, he was the head of the House Intelligence Committee at the time. He wrote a memo basically saying, we think they faked FISA applications. We think the FBI used the Steele dossier to try to get surveillance authority against some Trump people like Carter Page. And we think they lied and cheated to do that. And so he submitted this classified memo. And not only was he denounced everywhere as a liar and wrong and all that, but there was this big story that was all over the place that a hashtag release the memo had been amplified by Russian bots. You probably don't remember this, but this story was everywhere in January and February of 2018. This idea that release the memo was basically a Russian operation and that Nunes was benefiting from it. Well, I'm reading the Twitter files. I was looking for something else entirely. And then suddenly we come across a string of emails internally at Twitter where the Twitter officials are saying, we're not finding any Russians at all behind this hashtag. And we told the members of Congress who asked about this that there are no Russians involved in this because Dianne Feinstein, Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, they all came out with this accusation about it being linked to Russia. We told them that there's nothing there, and they went and they did it anyway, And so there are lots of stories like that now that are kind of falling apart, right?
Okay. Greetings, citizens of the world. The U.S. Army is preparing to embed thousands of troll soldiers within regular infantry units who will be tasked with conducting cyber warfare online. Military officials say the new cyber warfare unit will deliberately spread misinformation and counter foreign propaganda as a means to protect American interests. Right.com reports, under the new protocol, the Army's cyber soldiers will serve 6-month rotations while integrated in infantry units. But unlike their rifle-toting comrades, the keyboard warriors will seek control over the battlefield by non-kinetic means. Not everything is attack and destroy. How can I influence by non-kinetic means? How can I reach up and create confusion and gain control? Colonel Robert Ryan, who commands a Hawaii-based combat team, said on Wednesday. The cyber warriors will tailor operations according to their commander's needs, but a standard operation would likely involve dragnet information gathering and intercepting enemy transmissions, according to Colonel William Hardman of the Army's Cyber Command. For the past 3 years, the Army has trained cyber specialists for such operations at a huge center in Southern California. Army General Raymond A. Thomas III, Chief of U.S. Special Operations Command, said on Wednesday that while responsiveness has improved, the limiting factor for America's cyber warfare capabilities continues to revolve around policy and process. Unlike Russia and China, the United States is a nation of laws and our process to approve cyber operations is detailed and lengthy, the general said. Speaking to the Association of the U.S. Army, Thomas argued that commanders on the ground must be given the ability to employ cyber at the strategic, operational, and tactical levels. Since appointing its first senior general to direct cyber warfare in 2010, the Pentagon has increasingly viewed cyber warfare as an integral component of America's warfighting arsenal. Cyber Command had previously been a subordinate part of the U.S. Strategic Command, but was elevated to its own command in August, a sign of its growing importance. In recent months, Washington has accused Russia and China of posing existential threats to U.S. cybersecurity. In May, Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats accused Russia of being a full-scope cyber actor that will remain a major threat to the U.S. government. Moscow, however, says it seeks to demilitarize cyberspace. Speaking to RT in July, Andrei Krupskik, one of Vladimir Putin's top communications tech advisors, said that the international community should agree not to militarize cyberspace, and set some international ground rules. He added that when humanity realized the horror of biological weapons, it banned them. We are in the same situation right now. We should avoid the mistakes of the atomic age, when we first armed ourselves sufficiently to destroy each other, and then began to disarm. On the other hand, a group of NATO members is seeking agreement on new cyber warfare rules, which would loosen restrictions on using offensive cyber weapons. Reuters reported in November that the United States, Britain, Germany, Norway, Spain, Denmark and the Netherlands are drafting new guidelines which would justify deploying cyber weapons more broadly. The US, Britain, the Netherlands, Germany and France already have established cyber commands.